call to order at 7:06. We're going to start with citizen queries. Citizen queries is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between individuals in the school committee. It's an individual's opportunity to express an opinion on issues within the school committee's authority. While the committee and/or administrators will not typically respond during citizen queries, the chair, as presiding officer of the meeting, may choose to if she deems it expeditious. Further, should the chair believe that an issue falls outside the purview of the school committee, she may request that citizens direct it to the appropriate person or body so that the matter is given proper consideration. Citizen queries is limited to 3 minutes per person and a total of 15 minutes overall. And this will be the only opportunity during this meeting for members of the public to comment. And should you comment, please state your name and street and know this meeting is being recorded. And I will use a timer. Welcome.
Hi, Jamie Satter, 313 Linebrook Road. At a recent school committee meeting, Ipswich's position in U.S. News and World Report and Boston Globe rankings was discussed. I work in education and completely understand that data is important and can be a valuable tool for decision-making and improvement. However, those rankings measure a few selected criteria. They leave a lot out, and I want to mention a few of those tonight. Here's a few stats about our class of 2025 that go beyond the rankings. Each student is required to complete 30 hours of community service. With 113 graduates, that's just shy of 4,000 hours of community service, and I bet they did more. They provided music at football games, Memorial Day events, and to our senior citizens. 12 students sat for seal of biliteracy testing across 3 different languages. 9 student athletes signed national letters of intent and will compete in NCAA athletics. 1 is doing a PG year and 2 are doing gap years. Multiple students participated in dual enrollment courses in addition to APs, and most of all, they treated each other with care and compassion when they had to do the unimaginable and say goodbye to a classmate. As you can tell, I'm a gigantic fan of young people, and we should be. They're going to be our future actors, astrophysicists, business leaders and owners, chemists, earth scientists, engineers, electricians, nurses, political science, psychologists, and teachers. These are all things our class of 2025 is either majoring in or training for in the workforce. And that's just the class of 25. That doesn't even count the classes before and those to come. So when the numbers seem like they don't look great, I hope you pause, think about some of these metrics, and some I may have missed, and know that there are many Ipswich Public Schools graduates out there absolutely crushing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind emailing that to us? Because I think it'd be it's just a nice list for us to refer back to.
Are there any other citizen queries? Thank you for speaking. Next item is the reading of the district mission statement.
Ipswich Public Schools aspires to empower all students to be global citizens or effective communicators, analytical problem solvers, and savvy consumers of information. We propose to do this through an emphasis on communication, critical thinking, creativity, self-management, perseverance, and collaboration. We'll be active partners in authentic learning, offering voice and choice in demonstrating.
Announcements and special acknowledgements. The next school committee meeting scheduled for Thursday, November 6th at 7 in the Middle High School Ensemble Room, and the athletic policy working group is meeting Tuesday, October 21st at 6:30 in the Middle High School Guidance Conference Room.
Yeah, just want to shout out the Spooky Walk event at Doyon. It's just become a really incredible community event every year, not just for the Doyon school population, but I think just town-wide, which is really fun to see that grow over the years. And a huge shout out to your point, the student volunteers were instrumental in just their participation in the booths, and they were so fun, and the cleanup afterwards. And they're getting their community service hours and really impacting like just the energy of the event. So want to say thank you to them and to the Fries Committee for putting it on, and administration, and just a lot of work goes into it. So just want to shout it out.
I just want to give a shout out to Tracy, Dr. Wagner. The professional development day that she put together on Tuesday was outstanding. a lot of great feedback. I talk about it a little bit in my superintendent's report this evening, but a lot of work around AI and how it's impacting education and what both educators can do with it as well as what students are capable of. Really eye-opening. And then we had a wide variety of workshops that met every group's need in our district, from classroom teachers to specialists to paraprofessionals and RBTs. So it was a great day. Thank you.
Great. All right. Next up, we have a community presentation and overnight field trip request to New York City. And we welcome IHS Drama Director Brian Coelho.
Hi everyone, how's everybody doing? Good. Yeah, so like that was just said, my name is Brian Coelho and I'm the new theater and dance teacher. I'm so happy to be here. It's been such a great start of the year and I'm so grateful that this position got passed in an experimental way for these next 2 years, so thank you for that. So when I was talking to my colleagues, we were thinking about what could we do to give the students as much experiences as we can, specifically in theater and dance. We have covered the basis for music and art, but we were still lacking in that sort of experience for the students. So I said, okay, let's go to New York. Let's see what the professionals in this field do and what they can accomplish. So I had a contact at Educational Destinations, which I've used a couple of times, and we curated a trip just for our students. It's a quick overnight trip, a Friday to Saturday. It's April 10th through the 11th. We picked that date because it's right at the beginning of Q4, so it doesn't really conflict with like the big expenses of Q3, making sure everybody gets their stuff in on time. And it would include 2 Broadway shows, a Broadway workshop with professionals from that show that we're seeing, and then we get to do a talk back. So what the day would look like is we would travel the first day. We're staying in New Jersey to put down the cost. So we won't go to our hotel until nighttime, but we will start right in Times Square. The students will get experiences going in Times Square, shopping around. I used to live in New York, so we'll do a lot of like, come see this, giving them some pointers on what to do. And then we will go see a show at night after a group dinner, which we haven't chosen yet. But after that show, we will have a talk back. So after everybody leaves, we get to stay in the theater and get to have a question and answer with the Broadway performers, which I've never done before. So I would be so excited to do that. And then we would go back to the hotel. The second day looks very similar. However, we do a matinee, so that would be at 2:00 p.m. And right before that, we would do a Broadway workshop, which would be somebody from the cast teaching us either a song or a dance from the show that we're about to go see. And we would have a question and answer session as well. So it gives the students an opportunity to not only watch professional theater, but also to get the experience of being able to ask questions. A lot of the students that I'm seeing here, because I've worked here in the past, are majoring in this. So I thought, what a better way to experience the highest level of their craft than to actually go and have conversations with people and not just seeing a performance, which is great. But I think that added layer of the participation of it, I really found intriguing. So yeah, that's the outline of that. The total cost of the trip would be $1,341. That does include all of the Broadway shows, all of the meals, transportation to get there, and hotel. So if we're thinking about now, if you were trying to do that trip by yourself, it's a lot more expensive than that. But talking with my colleagues, we did want to keep the price down. One, because it is an overnight trip, and two, thinking about England coming up, we really didn't want to put that pressure on students. I've also been in contact with the president of Amada to see how we can fundraise for this trip to get that cost down even more, because I want to make sure that everybody that wants to go is able to go. Yeah.
Questions?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Sure.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for your energy. This is exciting. We have talked about this a few times related to rules around student and chaperone ratios.
Mhm.
So with the 35-40 number for students, and we have 2 chaperones listed, closer to the time, would there be more chaperones based on how many kids actually are
Correct.
going? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And then sort of relatedly, just the Times Square shopping piece. like letting kids kind of go around and shop? Like, how does the supervision for that portion
Oh,
work?
definitely. So taking into account, like it is New York City, so we want to make sure that we're not just like letting kids go. We would have chaperone groups. So it would be a group of us with an adult are going to go over here and another over there. I've chaperoned the England trip a bunch, and they usually do 3 in a group. But just being in New York at this time, I think it would be beneficial to have an adult there. Also, this company has an app where you can communicate in real time with like an adult or the tour guide. So they also count as a chaperone as well. But I did talk to my colleagues and I was like, it'd probably be best to have an adult with all of those, not just letting 3 students go at a time, just because it's so congested as well. And it's easy to get mistracked. Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
Who, I know it says dance and theater classes, so it's just the 2 classes? This would be opened up just to those students?
So it's open to those students and the theater company. So anybody that is in Godspell, working backstage. And we were toying around with the idea of opening it up to even more students, just because we want to give as many people the opportunity, and the price goes down the more students come. Yeah.
Would you have to get more buses if more students?
I think if it's over 45, then we would have to get another bus. Yeah.
Is there a hotel implication there, though, if the student number goes up in terms of cost?
Oh, I'd have to look into that. I'm not quite sure. I do know the bus would be an extra cost, but they did assure me that the more students go, it would significantly bring the cost down.
Have you done like a initial inquiry, like to see how many?
Yes,
kids
yes,
that's the 35 to 40.
Yeah, so that's the 35 to 40 kind of baseline. I kind of went off of like my roster in classes and also students in the theater company and got that ballpark figure from there.
And then they like signaled interest. Oh.
Yes, very much so. Yes.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Okay.
Procedurally, so Brian, I mean, I fully support it. Love the idea. Procedurally, we haven't had all the chaperones listed. We've been under. We've either held off on it or provisionally supported it until we knew that we had enough, so that we're not approving it now with an insufficient number of chaperones.
Recap. Do you want to recap that for Dr. Blake?
Energy feels like we're about to approve it. Before we do, we usually make sure that there's enough chaperones listed. So we wouldn't approve it until we knew that we had enough chaperones to cover the number of students going. We could straw poll, conditionally approve it. I just want to make sure that's there before we formally approve.
I would imagine we can approve it, in compliance with the field trip policy, with that condition on it.
Yeah, pending, because it's a 10-to-1 ratio, I think. So pending, confirmation of a.
I'd be cool with that. And then
ratio.
Once we know the final number and who the chaperone is, just as a follow-up, like not as a follow-up approval.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
Absolutely.
I'd be
Do we
glad
need
to
the
go as an
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. We've got 2 more right now. Yes.
Also for funding, so if more students come and figuring out the bus or additional costs, we're not approving that piece, right? If that's being funded through Amada, we don't need to take that into consideration. Yeah.
So I guess you're saying straw poll
I'm okay based on that approving it.
as long as it's in compliance with the.
Yeah,
Field
I'm good with that.
Okay, make that a motion.
Oh man. Move we approve the overnight field trip request to New York City on, I just closed it. April 10th
And 11th.
and 11th. As long as we're pending compliance with chaperone per student policy.
Second. Oh.
All right, moved by Sasha, second by Kate. Further discussion? All in favor? Okay, great.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next up is an overnight field trip request, the Interact service trip, and we welcome student and Interact Club member Maggie Carlberg.
Hi, I am Maggie Karlberg. I'm a senior here at Ipswich High School. I also happen to be the president of the Interact Club. Interact has become one of my biggest passions and one of the things that I care the most about. Not only because it's such a wonderful community and we're connected to Rotary, which gives you so many positive ways to impact the community, but also because I'm infinitely impressed by the support of these amazing people. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to my board members and my officers who came to support me today. That's just wonderful. And also to all of you for hearing this out, and to the Rotarians who decided to stop in as well. That's really appreciated. But yes, so this club has become something so important to me, and it's become such a big part of my life. And every time that I'm in a situation where I need support or I need anything, I need to be pushed to be a better leader, be a better person, this club meets me right there. And this actually is not surprising to me because even as I joined Interact as a freshman, I knew that Interact had a 20-year success rate of ambition and drive. I knew we had gone on 4 trips to the UN with as many as 100 students each time in New York. And every time there was never any issues, never any hitches. This really is a group of people that wants to make the world a better place and wants to make a difference. And in those trips, we were actually set to present and be like the keynote speaker because of our success as a club. And then a hurricane hit. And of course, I was not involved in Interact at that time. I think I was like 7. But now I am involved. And I had my own little hurricane. I had COVID as a 6th grader. Whoa, that feels really weird. But yes, as a 6th grader. And during that time, we were all encouraged to stay in these little bubbles. So I stayed in my bubble. I did not leave my bubble. And as a club president and just as a human being, I've noticed in high schoolers and in Ipswich as a whole that we are such a giving community, and also we've gotten pretty good at staying in our bubbles. So people don't want to do things that push them out of their comfort zone. People don't want to do things that feel different. People don't feel comfortable doing that, which makes sense because we were told not to do that for so long. And within this club, I actually see a gap in that. Here, people really do want to do things that are different. They come to me with new ideas, and they come to me with things that they want to make better. And every time I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, I'll think on that. Okay. And then in 2024, I actually decided, okay, I'm going to push myself outside of my bubble. So I went on this service trip to Guatemala through Partners in Development, which is an organization I would learn 3 months after being on the trip is actually operating out of a tiny little office across the street from Ipswich House of Pizza, which I did not know. But that organization ended up meaning so much to me. I learned more in that little village than I have ever learned in any classroom here, and I've learned a lot in these classrooms. But I apply everything that I learned in that 1 week to every single classroom that I step into. I really did come back a completely different human being and such a better human being. And I believe that that's one of the most important things about education and learning is that connection and that experience. And Interact, what is it supposed to be about? It's about interacting. It's about connecting. So that is why we are hoping to propose a service trip to Guatemala. That would be a 6-day trip through Partners in Development. It would be over April break, so no one would be missing any school. It would be the 19th to the 25th. And of my 80-person club, there would be a 10-member group selected. That group would be based on actual interest. Age would be taken into account. Chaperone opinion would be taken into account. And we would also consult, obviously, the Rotary Club. We would consult anyone who had any thoughts or feelings on it, because we really do want this to be the best foot forward that we are stepping into this situation with. We would be going with 2 chaperones. I have 4 school chaperones currently begging me to go if it is approved, so I would have to say no to 2 of them, which would make me sad, but I would be ready to do that. And it would be days in Iztacalco, Guatemala, assisting with the Partners in Development clinic there in construction and in the village. So what is Partners in Development that I keep talking about? This is why this trip feels attainable. I would not have presented it to my club if I didn't think it was real, if I didn't think it was safe, and if I didn't think it was tangible. This organization really does make it feel so real. I was touring colleges and on the phone with the president of Partners in Development because these people have done so much in the community. And I was wondering, well, if I were to ever want to do this, what would that look like? So they really do have a lot of programs out there, but the clinic works in medicine, in education, and in health, but also in construction. So when I was there, I built a library that involved carrying cinder blocks up some stairs and carting little buckets of cement. And I remember I got a cut on my arm and I felt so cool. And I sent a picture to my mom because I was like, yeah. And that sort of situation, it's definitely nitty gritty at times, but it was the happiest and the safest I've ever felt in my entire life. I expected to go there and feel so much shame being a person from Ipswich and being someone who lives in a nice house on the way out to the neck with a wonderful, loving family with both of my parents present. But when I went there, I was met with more love and more joy than I have ever experienced anywhere else. Here, you walk down the street and people are looking at their phones or they're looking at their ground or they give you a little like, hey, and that's kind of awkward and all. When I got there, little girls ran up to me with buckets of flowers in their hands just for fun because they were so excited that new people had come to hang out with them. These girls became actually our best friends. I'm holding one of them there. We would play games with them during our breaks. And those moments are really where I learned the most. So what would we learn? Why am I proposing this as a school trip? Sorry. I've been told plenty of times, Maggie, this is going to be really hard if you try to do this as a school trip. Why are you trying to do this as a school trip? Just give it up. And I'm like, no. Because I stand by the fact that Ipswich is one of the best high schools I've ever been to. I moved to the school district in second grade because we knew that. We knew that this was a group of people that wanted to do better and wanted to connect further. And because of that, I know that passing up an opportunity to work with an organization that is right downtown that does so much good in the world would be such a lost opportunity. So what would you learn? Cultural understanding ties into our social studies and environmental science curriculums. There is time spent in the village where you can speak to anyone about anything. You're observing a natural world that's completely different from our own. You are connecting with the group advisors. So part of Partners in Development is you have a group advisor who stays with you. Mine was Arlette. Joey Powers was so moved by her that I believe he wrote about her in his college essay. She just was so knowledgeable about everything. I had so many good conversations with her about culture and about history and about understanding where I live and where she lives. And also, obviously, language speaking skills. I spent so much time speaking Spanish. I gained so much confidence. I can speak almost as fast as I speak in English in Spanish now. Kind of impossible, but I'm getting there. And medical shadowing. So there is a medical clinic there. And in that clinic, there is a chance if you're not feeling up to being out in the heat, there's AC in that clinic, and you can watch people who are working in the clinic working on medicine. That's not an option here for seniors. If seniors are interested in medicine that are in Interact, I would love for them to apply and have them have that opportunity to witness medicine actually in action. Especially in such a caring and such a personal way, not in an in-out kind of setting. And that is all fun and dandy and lovely. And then we get to, why am I stepping on the gas so hard? Why did I try to get on the September meeting and this meeting? The total cost per person would be $2,050 maximum. That is for a full week of board, of food, all 3 meals. The food was really, really good, I promise. There's a $900 Partners in Development fee, and that goes to building those houses. That's how they buy the materials. That is how they pay the people who are working there so that they can sustain themselves. $750 maximum in airfare, $200 for chaperone funding because we do not want the chaperones to have to pay, and a $200 emergency cost fund that would be returned to each participant at the end of the trip, just to make sure that if anything were to go awry, we would be prepared for any sort of situation. So that's a total of $2,050 per person. Fundraising is something that Interact is very good at. We do the Jingle Bell Walk every year downtown at the town hall. We have $5,000 raised from that, $4,000. And as many as 500 people go to that. We're good at this, and we're good at making it work. But I want to start working on it now, as soon as possible, with the approval of this board and as well as the Rotary Board, because we are also a Rotary entity. But with all of this, I understand that it's a lot, and I understand that it seems kind of crazy, but I promise you that Partners in Development makes it work. I also have James here with me, who can give you some insight on Partners in Development, as he is one of the principal people. I meet with him downtown every now and then, down at his office. And these are just some images. I'm really trying to get across that this made me a better human being. And that is why I understand what your concerns might be, and I understand why you might be hesitant to approve this, but I promise you that any risk is absolutely worth the benefit of who I became because of this trip. And if we are really a community of educators and a community of learners, then what are we doing if we're not going out and experiencing the things, and we're not going out and actually connecting? So I'm asking you to give me permission to help people step out of their bubble, and I'm asking you to help us learn, and I'm asking you to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, if you'd like to hear from James, he is here as well. All right, James.
I need to say right off that there's going to be a lot of people, if you wind up going in Iktapaka in the village, that will be happy to see you back. And you'll have to see how the library has come
Yeah.
along
Yeah.
since then. Keith, also, I want to thank, there's people here from the school and maybe from the Rotary. And I need to say that you have been two groups that have supported us for many, many years, and that we actually opened downtown where the brown dog is in 1973 when God was young and I was a little less gray. And the Rotary, the Rotary was maybe the first group that supported us, and they helped to fund us. And my wife, I'm the co-founder with my wife of PID, and she was an honorary Rotarian for a while. So we love the Rotary, and the school as well. You have a group that's supported us, and we've appreciated that. Keith suggested that I talk for a couple minutes, 4 minutes, on maybe safety concerns, because that I would think is your biggest concern, would be that.
Sorry,
And-
can you just speak into the microphone? It's not for
Oh,
us, it's
oh,
for the
thanks.
people
Oh,
listening
thank
at
you.
home.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Ooh,
make sure
nice
everyone can hear
record.
you.
Yeah, very nice. So, with safety concerns, first of all, I've got to say I'm a 1970 graduate of Ipswich High, and no one would have asked any question like that on an international trip. Then, in fact, I didn't make the trip, but some friends of mine that year from the school got together. It was like a school trip, and went to Cuba to bring in the sugar cane to support the revolution with Castro. And no one seemed to think that was a bad idea. So I guess since then, maybe you've tightened up, and I appreciate it a little bit. So when it comes to safety, I will say this, that we're used to doing this. We're actually in 4 regions. We're in Haiti, Guatemala, Peru, and the Mississippi Delta. I always say the best thing about working in Mississippi is that it's so close to the U.S. But yeah, not quite. So anyway, the conditions there are comparable to what you'd see in other areas. But we've done this for a lot of years, and this year alone, to Guatemala alone, we've sent about 20 teams down. And so we work with all kinds of groups. We have colleges, we have civic groups all around the country. There's probably maybe 400, 300 people, I would think anyway, from the Ipswich area, at least, that have gone on trips with us. There are youth groups that have gone on trips, First Church, the Episcopal Church, just in the past couple years. And we have all kinds of colleges all over that go all the time. And the security, we always ask for feedback. What can we do to improve? I've never seen a question on security. People are really comfortable. So how does it work? People will arrive at the airport. Immediately they're picked up by our staff that come pick them up, take them in a van. The van goes right out of the airport along a road with a police escort. We always have a police escort. It's not because we need it, because there's trouble in the area or anything, but Guatemala, like maybe parts of the U.S., doesn't have the best. You got potholes in the road and that sort of stuff if you had a breakdown, which we haven't had. And we just have a police escort. We pay them and we have them with us. So they go all the way. We've never had to use them, but they're with us. So they go all the way from there to the village. It's about a 2-hour drive out from Guatemala City. They get to the village, and it's a Mayan village. It's really cool. So you've been there. I mean, So you wouldn't even think in terms of crime in the village. It's really laid back. It's like a big family. They're there. So they get there the first night. The living conditions that they have is like a hotel, kind of a guest. And we've worked with the owner for decades. And so they go there, they get food, and he's very concerned about health issues in terms of, people go and you don't want them to be ill. And so the food is prepared properly. And people actually, if they're vegan or whatever, he'll adjust it. But it's really, no one gets sick from the food or anything there. The water is all, purified. So that part is good. Then when they're working during the day, they take the van again. We'll pick them up at the hotel, and there's like a meeting area there. Every night the staff meet, they talk about the day. They go to the workplace, which is maybe a 5-minute drive in the van, so no one's taking public transportation. They get to the workplace, which is just as safe. It's like in a Mayan area. They work, the van brings them back. So they work like Monday and Tuesday on projects, Thursday and Friday. The projects could be building something. Usually kids this age, we do a lot of, would be either building. Sometimes they're playing soccer with kids. They're installing stoves in a lot of the huts because people wind up getting all kinds of diseases from smoke, so that they'll install those, that kind of thing. Then the middle week, they would go on an outing, maybe to a lake. Or Guatemala's kind of cold where, it's not like the Mayans weren't there, initially. And so there's cool stuff sometimes to see. And there's a town called Antigua, if anyone's ever tried, right?
And there maybe. I forget.
It's totally awesome. There's a lot of crafts people, but the whole way, if we go out again, we have total police escort, but it's not like you need a police escort because you're in El Salvador in the 1980s. Stuff isn't going on like that, but just we want to be extra cautious. We've done it for years and not needed them. So they would then accompany us all the way to where we went. It was Antigua or Lake or a Mayan group, and then bring them back. They'd work 2 more days, and then Sunday and Saturday are travel days. So then they get up, go back to the airport. Our staff drive. They'd have an escort there, and they're in to the airport. At all times, the chaperone would be in touch with us, Tally or me, or and then we're in touch with the staff all the time there as well. And the staff have done this for years. They're totally awesome. And that's only if you had a scheduling thing or something or someone. So that's basically how we handle the safety and security. Any questions?
When you say your staff, these are folks that live there,
Yeah.
correct? They're
Yeah,
not.
well, we have staff up here too, but.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, our Guatemalan staff.
Yeah.
So one of the women, they're our director and someone who might be in charge of child sponsorship, another area. And there's, Arlette.
Yes.
Who definitely is with them all the time entirely. So, and they're used to doing it. They're used to getting youth groups and other groups. But they would be there constantly all the time. Yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you. This is such an interesting and great opportunity for kids to just see the world differently.
Thank you.
But just in terms of what we need, do we need like more documentation or paperwork or insurance to go to?
They'll have insurance. When they sign up, everyone has insurance,
Right.
just in case they get sick or something.
Like we typically have a form that's submitted similar to the field trip request we just approved by someone in the school department that I don't see in our folder, that just maybe has a little more information that I don't think we have here.
That would all be submitted.
Yeah. Or more paperwork or more information, whatever we need from the partners in development.
Oh, yeah. And we'll write down anything you need, and we've got plenty of time probably in between, so we could get that for you. You could walk. You're at the brown dog. Or,
I can walk. I'll do the walking.
Yeah, we'd be happy to.
I do have a form that I filled out as well. Officer Prina might have lost it in the mail, but it exists.
I have a question.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if it's for you, Maggie, or
Yeah.
What is the difference slash advantage of bringing this trip through Interact? Because
Yeah.
I know last year you obviously went with a group of Ipswich High School students,
Hmm.
and that was solely through Partners in Development.
Yeah.
So what is the advantage?
I think that when I was there, I just kept thinking about Interact and being like, wow, this is so like in line with everything that we talk about. And after we go on a yearly camping trip before we start school, so a leadership retreat, and we sort of talk about our values and our mission for the year. And this came up a lot, and a lot of people were like, I really care about this. And I also think that I want to be able to fundraise for these people and make it work. I also know that the Rotary Club is always so ready to be there for us and just help us through things, whether that might be like just adapting to this new fundraising concept or whatever, but they really do help us out as well. So I think that it's reflective of Rotary's values and it's reflective of what the club really wants. And my board of 14, which they couldn't even all go, they were all like, even if I don't go, I really want to help out with this. So I think just how much they've already put so much effort into it and just supporting me. I would like to reward that group and the club as a whole because it's become such a big part of my life throughout high school. So, like, as a little goodbye, I love you all kind of thing. Yes.
Is was this trip planned and like Interacts joining it, or is this like special for Interact this specific time?
Yeah. So they cut out weeks for each group. So we would be the only ones there. It would just be Interact. And it was just planned for Interact. So I reached out to them on behalf of Interact and the whole time it's been through Interact.
But we're
Mm.
we're okay either way. So when we schedule a trip, we have like weeks that it could be open. Take April, for instance. That can you can have schools that are going down and so forth. So it doesn't matter to us as long as we have a proper ratio for chaperones
Mhm.
that we need to have, and as long as people lock in their date early enough, then it doesn't matter to us what entity. It could just be a group of, actually, it could be a group of juniors and seniors that wanted to do it on their own and would be, if they had chaperones, would be fine with us because we do things like that all the time. My only sense is I tend to agree with Maggie that almost for social purposes and I won't say political, but I'll say for, just for politeness, if they're part of the group and want to do it in that name, it would be better, to do that. But for us, it doesn't matter. We have to have a minimum of 8, maximum of 12, so many chaperones, and then it lines up with what work we might be doing. So we're fine either way.
And so we obviously have our student chaperone ratio. It sounds like you have one. Is it? What is your
We
number?
think,
Your ideal
so
number of
you're
chaperones?
talking 2.
2 for 10.
2 for 10. We need to look, we need to look at all the ages, but we think that will work because 18 is, you wouldn't require a chaperone. So we'd be looking at, we're always willing to have more coming, but we'd have to look at it with juniors and so forth. But we think it looks fine, that the ratio, but our concern is, of course, with you folks. So if you look at it and think that it needs another chaperone with whatever
Yeah.
ratios you might have, we're
1 to 10.
cool with that
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we would consider the 18-year-olds. I spoke with Mr. Mitchell, Miss Calora, and the 18-year-olds would also be chaperones and have an assigned chaperone.
Great.
The question, if I may, my name is Keith Harris, and I'm the Interact Advisor, and have worked with these amazing kids for 20 years. And Jenny, you asked what do we need? There is one. This is the first step. So the first step in discussions since this summer is get the school committee's blessing and approval. The next step is for the board to present to the Rotary Board of Directors, which is another hurdle for them. They have to have be able to answer the same questions. So the Rotary Board is comfortable with this as well. That's an important step that has not happened yet. They wanted
going
to
to
know that first it had the blessing of the school committee. Pending after that, there'll be a conversation with parents of kids who are interested. So those are not paper requirements, but that's an important step that still needs to be
Yeah.
handled.
Yes.
Is there anybody from the Rotary Club who had anything to say?
Hi.
Hello, I'm George Gray. I'm co-president of the Ipswich Raleigh Rotary Club this year, and we love the Interact Club, and we love working with the school. And I raised some questions, and the question that we were having was safety. Part of that's been explained tonight, but still, with the international relations up in chaos throughout the world, and especially in Central and South America. And looking at Guatemala, Guatemala is on a State Department watch list for travel and a warning for that. So with that, we really didn't have details of this trip, and I apologize for that, but that was a sort of a lack of communication. We're going through a transition at the club for building up a better or more inclusive Interact advisory group. But so we had a lot of concerns. We did meet this morning. We had a board of directors meeting and we discussed this. And what we voted on was to listen to your decision, and knowing that your partners in really the most important partner in our joint group here, but listen to what you have, and then we listen to the students, the Interact students afterwards. But we love the idea and the ambition and the vigor of this, but we just are worried about safety for the students and travel in Central South America. So, but we have not made a decision on this, and we will be open and listen to this. But we really look to the school board for guidance here. And just an aside, in our meeting today, we have a member who is joining the Interact advisory group who's a retired school teacher. So to us, that's great. And then it turns out one of our directors is a former Ipswich school committee member. So we've got a lot of firepower. So we're really glad that you're doing what you're doing, and we support the Interact and the students, and we just love everything they do. So that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you.
May I address that last concern? Do it briefly.
Yep, has to be at the microphone, sorry.
Oh, is that right behind the red? Yeah. That's a great concern. And I don't know why I didn't, the reason I didn't even address it is because if you work there, it's just so obvious that it's a non-issue. But it's not a non-issue if you're looking at the news and you see watch list or something. And it's the same thing here too, because I had a woman from Haiti that actually wanted to, she was trying to get out, she was coming up here, and she said, but the whole country it's a violent, you can't send kids to school, they're getting shot, and this and that, and you're seeing this happening. And I said, but it's not. So in Guatemala, Guatemala is different from, right, it has been for a while, from probably some other countries in Central America. So you don't have that same kind of upheaval or that kind of violence that you're going to get. Now, if you're in the city, in the any big city that you're in certain districts, you don't want to walk around in, but no one's going to be anywhere near there. What happens is now and then you'll get a watch list because something happened up in the Northwest, or maybe there was a skirmish or something there. But that's the same as maybe something happened in Southern California and you're in Massachusetts. When you need to be really concerned is if you have a whole country in an uprising. And Guatemala, several years back, they were getting out the president who was corrupt, and it was done non-violently. So they had big mass demonstrations all over the country, but they weren't violent. The problem was with that is if you were driving, we canceled trips, but of course we did. But if you were driving, you might have a hard time getting through. And we didn't want people there during the chaos anyway. That was about 4 or 5 years ago. So, but since then, if you hear something on a watch list for any country, including the US, you know, you have to look at where it is and what's happening. So we have staff that are constantly, that's why I didn't even mention it, because it's like a non-issue for that kind of violence there or something going on that would be risky. It's not a non-issue for crime if you're in the inner, you know, in the inner city. But in terms of political stuff, it's not like that. And you don't have gangs roaming around where we are. There's not even any in the area. But if there's anything that's of any concern, like I say 4 years ago, because they're getting the president out, we cancel all trips immediately. And we're constantly in touch with people down there. But that part of it, honestly, for Guatemala and where we go, and we do, like I say, we did 20 trips this year. We've done literally several hundred trips there. So we're on top of that. But that's a good question. I can see how you'd be concerned. And as I say, we've come a long way from, sure, cut the sugar cane for Castro in Cuba. So, yeah.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Have you had trips in the past where it's been in partnerships with schools, with public schools like this?
Oh, constantly, mostly colleges, and when it comes to like high school, real lot of high school groups, but always, we just had 5 going down there in the past. So yeah, just constantly we have that. With the actual relationships with schools, a lot of them are colleges from the area, but you'd be surprised how many that we have, and they go regularly. They like it because they build a relationship with kids. Like Maggie works in a library, she'll come back and see the library, you know, and there are a lot of kids that they build relationships with and families. It's constant. It's repeating and ongoing.
Thank you. So further discussion with the school committee.
This
does say, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought.
Okay, yeah.
This does say that you can get a police escort to, they highlighted a few different sections of Guatemala that were like, that you shouldn't go to, but they have, this was not one of them.
No.
Right, that's what I'm saying, this is not one of them.
Yeah.
And they
What
do
are you
offer
looking at,
tourist
Jenny?
police. Googled it.
If you're just
Travel.sedate.gov.
Yeah.
Just Googled it. So, but you're saying you do have police escorts.
Constantly, and any
That's
of
what they suggest if.
and even the areas when they were trying to get the president out, our area was, it's Mayan village, it's, you know, and we're in Suchitepeque in the department, it's pretty low key. But that's why I didn't, I should have mentioned it and realized that that'd be on someone's mind, but it's almost a non-issue. But we keep on top of it constantly. 4 years ago was the last time we were concerned. Yeah.
What would be the timeline threshold, like say in January, all of a sudden they're on the watch list to not travel there?
Oh, we'd cancel it on a day. We would never, we would never let a trip go on And if a trip had to be canceled, but again, bear in mind, we've done this for years and years, and there's just a stretch 4 years ago when there were peaceful demonstrations, when we canceled it, because we thought even if they're peaceful, you can't drive through and stuff, but we wouldn't have done it anyway. No, on a day. If something happened on the day that emerged, we would cancel the trip and people would be refunded or they'd have an extended period or something, yeah.
I have another question for Maggie.
Yeah.
I just want to understand, so with Interact,
Yes.
you would choose 10 people?
So there would be an application process. We do a lot of applications. We have a lot of little subcommittees. Jingle Ball Walk just had their first meeting today, but we would create a form and we would post it on Classroom so everyone would have access. The only factors that I can definitely say would be taken into account is seniority, because I would hope that the seniors would have this opportunity. Also, people that I've just known to take the club seriously and take things seriously, because being there, not because I need you to be super like perfect all the time, but just because it is such a privilege and I wouldn't want them to waste it or take it for granted. Or it is sensitive being such a privileged person in an area that's so different from your own. So I want to go with a group that would I have Samir Harb and like Spencer McDavid up there. That was such a good group to go with because they really did respect it. So I want to emulate that again.
And then once the 10 are chosen, Interact will do the fundraising. You will have specific fundraisers for this trip.
Yes. So we would also try to find if this is approved, then the board is going to start thinking about a larger group project that there can be so that people don't feel excluded. We would do our best to maybe find something we could do in Boston or help out with outside of like on a weekend so that people could have that opportunity to feel like they're making a difference as well. And also, if this happens and it goes really well and it's something that we're interested in possibly revisiting for the freshmen to do when they are seniors, I do trust this group and I trust the formula that we've created. And I trust the baby leaders that I see coming up now. So if that were to be something that we wanted to consider, that would become a way to integrate them as well. Any other questions for me?
I just have a procedural question for us. So, you said that form exists, but typically when we're looking to approve something like that I understand the concern in terms of order of operations. If you're going to proceed with fundraising, do you feel like you want approval first before you go out and make that effort? But procedurally for us, typically before we approve, do we know that funding is in place? Is that part of no? Okay.
Sometimes they're grants and that grant hasn't been approved.
But it is
Okay.
unusual. We don't have the application form.
Yeah. So I have some.
The application is a form, but it doesn't have any more information on it than that. This has the dates, it has the cost, it has the chaperones, it has all the information that I think we need, just not in the proper format.
Does it have the chaperones?
It says 2. It doesn't list their names, but
Maggie said they're school chaperones.
Yes.
We could indicate support or not support and then formally approve next meeting with the form.
You said Officer Perna has.
Yeah, it was sent to him. I helped him fill it out. I guess it didn't make its way to you guys, but.
So I have some thoughts, if it's okay. First of all, Maggie, I'm so impressed with your enthusiasm and energy, and I'm happy you got so much out of it. And I'm sure the rest of the group did, and I know it would be a great experience for our Ipswich students. I also have some, safety concerns. I am certainly reassured by what you said, and I'm very reassured that it's in partnership with Partners in Development, because I know your organization. I've followed it. I've looked for jobs there. I love your mission and everything you do. So that does certainly make me feel better, but it doesn't eliminate the fact that there is, a level 3 travel advisory in that country, though it is only in certain areas. So I do have some concerns about that, just because, our the number one thing we do, or that should be top of mind for us always, I think, is student safety. I mean, even above education, because if kids aren't safe, education doesn't matter. So I take that. I think we should be taking that job really seriously. So I guess I'm just wrestling with not feeling like I have quite enough information and not really understanding why this needs to be a school sanctioned trip versus an independent trip that, all Interact members could sign up for. So I guess that's just sort of what I'm wrestling with is, does it need to be a school sanctioned trip? And I don't know. That's just my questions, I guess, in general. And for the safety piece, I mean, I guess it would be nice to maybe have something like an information session or Q&A session with families who are, either signing up or interested to just be upfront about that. Like, hey, there is a level 3 travel advisory, and here's
And
what
we get that
we
all
know
the
and what we're
time.
doing.
We get that all the time. So if someone's going on a trip and the trip is scheduled and the person says, hey, I read this here, just like if someone's coming to the US,
Right.
there's probably a travel, advisory against certain parts of the, and we then would go over, because there's just no way we're going to be uninformed
Right.
of that and not on top of it. If there's something systemic going on like
Right.
there was 4 years ago, then that means if it happens in one area, it could happen in others. But if there was a dispute between two groups 1,500 miles away that put on a travel advisory for a 30-mile radius, that would get on as a level 3. So people would be reading that, and
Right.
then we just tell them, no, they're like 1,500, it's not systemic. But anyone
Right.
who's not comfortable going definitely should, we never will twist an arm.
Yeah.
If people
Right.
aren't comfortable, don't go or don't do the trip.
Yeah.
If
Right.
you're going to be worried or you don't,
Yeah.
we're totally cool with that.
Yeah.
But if you saw what, if you could just see.
I do believe. It's
Yeah.
not that I don't believe
No,
you.
I mean,
I
even
do. I
the
totally
advisory,
do.
it really
I'm just
is-
like,
It really is like there was a dumpster fire in downtown New York, and then a fight broke out, and then
you're going to Buffalo. or something.
Yeah.
No, you're going to New Mexico this year. Really, it's that far. And so we kind of chuckle. But if it's systemic, we don't chuckle.
Right.
We shut it down. Or if it's anywhere near our region, we shut the trip down.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And school wise, also my mentality is I am friends with Jonathan Chuvalon, who got a trip for DECA to go to, I believe it was Florida or something last year, Disney World's, or like a conference for DECA there. And he got a grant because of that, not from school, but just he could apply to it because it was a school trip. There's also certain things that if I get this approved as an Interact trip, I can apply for grants through Rotary. I really want to make this affordable because when I went, it was a financial thing and it was worth every single penny I paid, but it was a financial thing. And I know that every single person deserves to be able to have that same opportunity.
I think, and just to get a clear answer to your question in terms of needing approval, if it's through a school club, as opposed to sort of as Jen was saying, if the group of students was going directly with the organization without the affiliation with the club, is that the distinction in terms of needing that approval?
Yeah, we wouldn't need to approve anything if it wasn't. I mean, like, is it a school sanctioned trip?
Because it's
Or not.
through the club, right? So
Through the
I think that
club,
answers your question because of the
Right. Right. And so I guess, does anyone else share that concern that it might not, or not concern, but
Yeah.
thought that it might not need to be a school sanctioned trip?
Yeah, I mean, if it's on the radar of level 3, and if it's something that can be done, same trip, just can be done outside of, without the school approval, right?
I think that was my question about what is the advantage / difference. Because this trip did happen with Ipswich High School students, but it was not under Interact. So I think I still don't understand the advantage other than a fundraising vehicle, it sounds like. is
Well,
the
also, I
club.
can't apply for the same grants or any grants really if I'm not going through school or Interact. And that was my financial issue. So people wouldn't be able to go really if I was to do this, especially with college and things. I can't pay for that. So
So that's the answer, is that you'd be able to apply
Financial.
for grants.
yes, and also the like general. I selected Interact obviously because it's so in line with this mission, and also because everyone on the trip we were talking and we were like, why doesn't our school do this if it's so close by and it's such a good opportunity to learn and to grow and it's so connected to our curriculum. And also there are school chaperones who are already really interested and are interested in the idea and interested in tying it into their curriculums in some way.
So, obviously you want a decision because you want to be able to apply for grants and fundraise and stuff if it were to go through, but, I guess,
And are these like paying grants we're thinking, or just like internal Ipswich grants, or even like external?
I
Grants are not
spoke to Mr. Mitchell, Miss Cooler about that. They didn't have a lot of information on school grants. They said that there would be like more opportunities for me, and I know that there really wouldn't be a lot of opportunities if it wasn't through school. But we would create a grant committee with Interact, and that committee would be in charge of looking into that.
Can you remind me the 3 other areas that you said you travel to in addition, or that you host trips to other than Guatemala?
Haiti, Peru, and the Mississippi Delta.
Or
So here's an example of safety. We haven't sent a trip. We have staff down there. We have full clinics and services, and we Zoom every day and supervise it. But we haven't sent a team there in a few years because we don't think it's safe to do it. Mississippi isn't too bad.
Well, that's a little what I'm getting. I'm hearing the general concern over the area. Is there an opportunity to capitalize still on the trip, the value that I'm hearing, the experience for the students, but do it in a location that may not present the same risk?
Well, if you're looking at Guatemala, the whole country, you couldn't find a place in Guatemala that would be safer. And we're in a Mayan village. We're all set up. I mean, if you were thinking of doing Mississippi, in the U.S., but if you were thinking of Guatemala for good reasons.
Well, yes, and also you're not sending trips to Mississippi right now because
What about Peru?
We will be sending trips to Mississippi in a while, in a few months, and resuming them. But with Guatemala, if the point is, if you were looking at Guatemala, since the enthusiasm is here and so forth, you wouldn't find a safer spot than where we are, and you couldn't possibly get a more secure transportation, along the country road than a full police escort in every place you went. And I can just say our history is that we haven't had a problem, but we do that. In Guatemala, it's about as safe as it would get. And plus we work there too, so it would be we in that area,
Right.
We wouldn't then for one group do another part, but it's as safe as you could get there. And let's put it this way, it's as safe where we are as, in my opinion, as you would be on the North Shore. For where we are, and if there are any places like out of Guatemala City that weren't as safe as in New York City or someplace, no one's going near them. They're right out of the airport and on the road. That having been said, you don't know. Rowley, you could be in Rowley, and who knows what happens.
Safety second.
But within that context,
yes.
but if people are uncomfortable, I wouldn't proceed.
so I guess what I'm wondering is, I kind of want to take a little straw poll because I'm hearing a lot of questions, and then I'm wondering if a decision were to wait until our next meeting, which is in 3 weeks, would that fit the timeline? That I know obviously you're looking for something sooner versus later, but if people need more time, we have some flexibility.
Yeah, they do need their first payment, their down payment to secure the date that it would be, 3 months before the trip. So that would be February. So, that's a lot of kind of a short time frame. So I'm hoping to expedite that process. But if that's also impossible, I really do think that honestly, as being someone that would want to go on the trip, I would feel a million times safer going to Guatemala than going to Mississippi Delta because I don't know what's there and I don't know how safe I would feel. And I felt safer there in Guatemala than I have sometimes in some areas of Boston or some areas where some days walking into school, if you see something on the news, I come in and I'm scared to come into school. But there, I never had that concern in the village that I was in.
And that's the area that we work in.
Yeah.
So if you see a level 3 or whatever, it's a big country. It's like, it could be like New Mexico here. And if it even hints at being systemic, we immediately shut everything down and won't do it. But if it's a dispute there, yeah.
Well, I'd like a little straw poll of, I guess, anybody who's very enthusiastic, very not enthusiastic, or would like a little more time.
Yeah, I sort of echo what Kate said. I appreciate the enthusiasm, and I think that the learning opportunity is incredible. I feel like in terms of the safety piece, there's a lot more research that I would feel like I need to do to feel comfortable. I understand in terms of, if something came up and we needed, to shut the trip down, but I just wonder, and so the safety piece would be solved, but for the group of students where you're trying to provide an impactful experience to them, if that happened, and then that there's no sort of, obviously plan B or another option in place for that group, I just wonder, is the risk, would the risk be high enough? I guess that's really up to the group to determine your tolerance for risk around that. But I think for me anyways, before I could answer, I would want to understand some of these implications, just looking at the travel website on the U.S. Department of State and trying to understand, what all of the implications to us as a district in terms of liability outside.
I would add that the travel advisory at a level 3 or something, someplace in Guatemala, I don't know if I recall when it wasn't at that level. So you've got something going on in a little area. It's like in the US, if you're doing a travel advisory and you're being honest, pick a time when there hasn't been a mass shooting someplace or whatever within the US. So I would say that probably if you waited to look at that, maybe you'll find it, maybe you won't. The thing is that when it becomes a concern, if it's like 500 miles out of your area, is if it is systemic. That means if it could be political.
Yeah,
And we haven't had that.
I appreciate this. I think
Yeah.
we understand what you're saying. I think it's just a unique trip.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great. But like trying to just understand, like you said, like our liability, what it means for the school district to be
Yes.
a part of it. I'm hearing you would like more time. Would anybody else like more time?
I would like more time.
I would like more time. Well, I would like more time and more information really from the school side, because in my experience, we've always had field trips come from teachers, mostly teachers or administrators, sort of leading the, and sometimes students, maybe in conjunction with students, but,
Can I just wanted a couple.
but wait, can I just finish my statement? So I just want, and then I'm happy to hear you. So I guess I would just like to see the paperwork from someone at the school and understanding, like, for example, I assume the expectation on a school sanctioned field trip is that you're following everything in the student handbook, and you're following the school rules, and it seems like if it's all students and partners in development folks, which is great, there's like the school piece seems to be missing for me, and so I don't know if it needs to be a school trip, and if it does, I guess I'd like to hear more documentation and information from a school person about how it ties into the curriculum and why they feel it needs to be a school sanctioned trip.
So I just want to say that when Maggie brought this to me in September, I thought it was a great idea. I gave her verbal approval and I told her I would sign the form when it came to me. I think it would be a valuable experience for the kids. And we have parents sign waivers all the time for activities that are much less dangerous, much more dangerous. I mean, cheerleading, football, those sports are more dangerous than I think. So I think if a parent is willing to sign a waiver that says they absolve the school district of any risk, I don't see, if it's up to the parent, who are we to say that we're taking away the opportunity for their kid to participate in something this valuable? That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Jim.
Hearing 3 people would like more time. I don't know if anybody's changed.
I'm fine with more time. I am leaning. I'm excited about this trip for them, and I think what was just said, that parents are given information. There will be I would assume, like a question and answer and a presentation. This is where it's at. This is what's going. This is what safety measures are. And if you're in, great. But you do not have to be. You do not have to choose to do this trip. So I am excited about this trip. But I can wait. I can understand why we'd want to wait.
In terms of waiting, what is waiting going to gain any of us? What research and what questions need to be answered so that the school committee can make a decision? Because if we're going to move in one direction or the other, we want to make sure that we have whatever information the school committee needs to make that decision.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's one of the reasons I would need more time, is because, like, I don't feel like I'm oriented enough to know what questions I would want to ask, or what's, so I think having a little time to think about what the follow-up request would be is one thing that I would need.
I'd like to see the waiver the parents would sign.
Mm-hmm.
The waiver.
The waiver that Mr. Mitchell referred to.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's all fair. I mean, I echo what Jenny said. I think it's a really exciting opportunity. So I'm personally am feeling good about it, but I also respect, again, it's just a little unique. And I think if people need more time, then that makes sense. I know it's going to have a 3-week implication on fundraising, if it is to go forward. But I hope you understand why we're looking for a little flexibility too. But there's good energy here.
I would like more time, but I also feel positive about the trip. But I also don't want this to hinder a presentation to the Rotary for you, because I think Mr. Gray said there is a lot of enthusiasm, and I know that this is a 2-part process for you to get approval. And I would just say that based on positive feedback from at least 3 or 4 of us, that we just need more time to digest, but that there's enthusiasm here, and I hope that you can go forward with a presentation to the Rotary without waiting any longer.
Yes.
And know that there is enthusiasm. We're just going to digest and look at waivers and make sure that our comfort level is there. I'm looking at Mr. Gray right now.
Okay.
And it's a safety issue. It's not, I don't think it's an enthusiasm issue or
right.
Any issue with that. The trip wouldn't be an amazing, eye-opening experience for all the kids who had the opportunity to go.
Jen, could I share one closing thought about your question that came up a couple times, and I think you really want a deeper answer about why does it have to be a school trip? And Interact is a very unique organization. It's got a foot in both worlds. So it is a school club, and it is also a Rotary sponsored organization. There are 28,000 Interact clubs around the world, and the vast majority of them are in schools. However, as the Rotary advisor, they have access to the world of Rotary, the resources of Rotary, the connections of Rotary, but they also, part of the club is to challenge not just in service, but also in leadership. So they, over the 20 years now, have developed an identity that's kind of unique. And they're also a very large organization. They usually have between 80 and 100 students, and some of you have kids now or in the past. So you understand they have an identity, and so for them, they don't see this as, we want to do a trip, let's use Interact as the way to make it happen. It's more, each year, it's how do we bring Interact to a new level? We're about interaction, we're about service. And can we do this? And the real honest conversations, an adverse conversation. Maggie, this is going to be a really hard thing to make happen. There are going to be a lot of concerns, and yet, and I see that spirit here in the administration. I think my role as mentor is to encourage them to reach, teach them what they might, help them find the learning moment, even if what they reach for doesn't happen. They learn a lot about themselves. And so I'm not sure that kind of a drive exists in some of the clubs in the school. So this isn't, it really is not, can we find a way to make this happen to make it cheaper? Yes, there are grants available that they wouldn't be able to apply for otherwise. But this is an extension of, or an example of their continuing identity as they learn to be leaders and take pride in what they've created. And it is a school club, but it's more than a school club. And it's a Rotary entity, but it's more than a Rotary entity. It's very unique. So I don't know if that answers your question anymore or not, but.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. This is a great presentation and more to come.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, where are we? Next up, policy
Wait, can I say one
updates.
thing? So my daughter's on Interact, and last night they met with Interact clubs from, you can say it better than me, but Interact clubs from a couple other towns, because other towns want to make their Interact clubs better, and we're asking Ipswich, like, how'd you get so good and, big and so much experience? So, like, good
We
job.
met up with Gloucester and Manchester Essex and their leadership, and we've been mentoring Manchester Essex for 2 years. We just we have created a present for ourselves. We're the only club, the only Interact club in the district, as far as we know, that handles their own money. So Anna Kalinowski, who's friends with Emma, she is completely in charge of that herself. She's a junior, and she's taking care of $4,000 that we keep in our bank account for things like this, for fundraising like this. So that, Keith just phrased it perfectly. I think I didn't prepare an answer for that, and I got a little nervous, but this club really is so much more than a club. And yeah,
Thank you.
if I think about it, I'll cry.
You
But
did
I love
you
it.
did a great
You
job.
can tell. That's great. No, that's great.
Thank you. Thank you very
Good
much.
job.
Well done.
Good job, Maggie.
Right. So, policy updates, middle school pathway exploration and high school competency determination. Welcome, principals Janolfi and Mitchell.
Hey, good evening.
Thanks, Maggie.
So we go first. The DESE has a new mandate this year, which is called the Middle School Pathway Exploration Policy. They're asking all schools to have this ready and uploaded onto to DESE by November 1st. I went on, I got the template from the state. And pretty much it was pretty easy to make this really. We said we were doing most of the things that are in their policy anyway. I know Dr. Wagner was in a webinar and seemed like we were on another one today, but earlier she was in a webinar when it was first coming out, and it seemed like a lot of districts had a lot of pushback on it, but we were doing all the things anyway, so it was pretty simple to do. We basically had to list the schools that we would go to, Whittier, Essex Tech are the two that are open to us, as well as obviously Ipswich High School. And it also talks about the records that we send every year. You know, they reach out to Dr. Blake, and he goes through that process through our school secretary, and our 8th grade addresses are always given to them, and they do some mailings for open houses and things. But those are pretty standard things that we've always done. We just have to codify it and submit it with the state. So I don't know if you have any questions.
I'll just throw out there that I reached out to MASC. They don't have their own model policy, but they recommended IHAIA is the title.
As the lettering.
Oh, add 2 cents. Oh, thank you. They said in this webinar, I thought of you because I knew you look at their policies, that the group provided a mock-up policy to them, and they actually said we should use the state's, not theirs. So I thought that was very interesting.
Any questions on it?
No, looks
Any
straightforward.
motions?
Move to support the middle school pathway exploration policy as presented.
Second. Great. Moved by Kate, second by Jenny. Further discussion. All in favor? Great.
Thank you very much.
Just as an aside, it has nothing to do with the policy being passed or not passed, but it's just a note that DESE is moving more toward not only college, but career exploration. So hence this new emphasis on career and technical education as opposed to just every kid going to a four-year college kind of a thing as the standard.
Yeah.
So I think, we've sort of seen this coming over the last couple of years, and I know I've said it before. College, four-year college, or even two-year college isn't necessarily for everyone, and people are having extremely successful careers right out of high school
Trades, yeah.
with technical training. So.
Do we, sorry, I know we already approved it, but I just had a quick question. Do we offer tours to both schools currently?
To Whittier, that's our regional school that we go to.
Yeah.
So all of that, a lot of the debate was who should go. We've always sent all of our students to go there. They can opt out rather than opt in.
Okay.
But a lot of schools had an opt in.
Okay.
And it only captured a few, certainly not 100%. So we've been sending everyone to Whittier. We have Whittier comes to speak with our seventh graders, doing that November 6th, I believe. And then Essex Tech also comes and talks to all of our eighth graders.
So it just says the district will coordinate with CTE schools to schedule tour dates for middle school students.
Yeah, as Whittier is the school that we're attached with, that's where we'll go.
Your students can only attend Essex Tech for programs that are not offered at Whittier.
Yeah. No, I know. I didn't know if that language made it seem like we were offering tours to both. That's what I thought.
In the
Remember not.
first page or second?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Maybe is Essex Tech not a CTE, Career Technical Education School?
It is. We don't attend that portion of Essex Tech. Our students would attend the agricultural part of Essex Tech. Used to be multiple schools that
so maybe
merged a few years ago. Used to be Essex Aggie and then North Shore Tech. So it's a little bit of a difference with Essex Tech.
Yeah.
and the others.
All right, next up.
Hello again. So I apologize if this is old news to you. So if you remember, back in November of 23, was it? 24? The state voted in a ballot question to get rid of MCAS as a graduation requirement. So DESE has decided to have a different benchmark for kids to earn what they call a competency determination. So this is different from a graduation requirement, which have been in the past locally determined. The competency determination is like the baseline that everybody in the state has to hit. But with the new legislation, they're leaving up to schools to determine how students meet that competency determination, as long as part of it is they have to pass 2 years of English, they have to pass lab science, and they have to pass, with a class of 27, they have to pass U.S. history, and they have to pass science, starting with a class of 26. 28, sorry. 27? Math, science, and then English, but then adding history for the next class. So over the summer, DESE came out with additional language around how to demonstrate competency, not just competency, but also mastery of the curriculum, as demonstrated by passing a final exam or final project for each of those courses that were required. So we had to scramble a little bit to update our language. So that's what you see there. We have decided to create our own local assessments eventually, so that students can demonstrate mastery by passing our own local assessment. In the meantime, students can also pass the MCAS as a demonstration of mastery for those courses. We created an appeal process, so we have plenty of times for students. I think we said by May 1st, they have to appeal that they did not meet the competency determination, so we have time to hear through the different statuses or the different stages of the appeal process, first with the principal, and then with the superintendent if they're unhappy with the principal's decision. So that, in a nutshell, is the new language. Happy to answer any questions.
I'll just add that we had pretty much this language embedded in a different policy, and this just makes it a standalone policy with that additional information.
What policy is that? And that presumably that's still standing, right?
It was in IKF, which we're reviewing later tonight. which is about graduation requirements, but now it pulls it out in its own policy for competency. Exciting world of policy. Any questions? Any motions?
Move to support the high school competency determination policy as presented tonight.
Second. Okay, moved by Kate, second by Jenny. Further discussion? All in favor? Passed. Thank you. Thank you. Just kind of whip through now. All right. All right. And now we welcome Dr. Tracy Wagner, Director of Teaching and Learning for the MCAS and Accountability Data Presentation.
Thank you. I just need a minute to hook up.
It's not about it.
All right. Dr. Wagner, if you don't mind, gonna have Jack do his high school report just in
Go
case
for
it
it.
goes past
It's fine.
9 and he's
Oh,
got to take
yes.
off. Thank you.
Totally fine.
Really have to be anywhere, but I don't really know what to say.
Got all night with us.
All I'm gonna do is go home and do more calls.
Oh,
Brutal. I'm not big into doing that, but I guess I don't really have a lot to say. There's still the stuff with the food that obviously back to nothing to do with the lunch staff, but maybe bringing in fresher stuff. I don't know how the money works with all that really, but I know it's funded, it's reimbursed back to the state, so there's limits on that, and so I think we're still kind of trying to figure that one out. And the only other thing was maybe with the R blocks, I kind of like a clarifying question for you. Are clubs allowed to meet during R block if they don't have their teacher advisor with them? So Mitchell, is that?
So in enriching students, you can sign up unless you've been blocked in by your teacher. You can sign up to go to any other teacher in the school. So you could.
So you could have like a club meeting during R block as long as you're not having it like with your teacher advisor?
Yeah, I assume you could go to like a neutral classroom.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing that would stop you from doing that.
Okay. And then also if it's like, what if you have a advisor who's out of the school? Like I know for DECA we have Miss Kayada comes in and she's like one of our advisors. Would that be allowed?
I don't see, well, I'd have to think on that one.
That's really all I have. I don't have a lot else.
It's good. Good.
Because there is a club advisor too. Mr. Shippin's also an advisor for DECA.
Yeah.
So.
I guess the question is like, could DECA still meet like without Mr. Shippin being at the meeting? Because I know the issue's like contractual, so I don't know if that gets around that, but.
Yeah, I think we should probably talk about that in student advisory committee. Because if you remember, one of the goals of restricting the times is kids were spread out very far. And so that they weren't holding up their obligations in a lot of different clubs. Because they're like double booking themselves and then trying to bounce back and forth between clubs. So we want kids to commit to something because they believe in it, not just because they want to put it on their college application resume.
The only thing I will say with that though is that like if we're having all the meetings on Tuesday, second half R block, then it's impossible to do both.
Well, I mean, it's up to it's up to the people in the club to decide we can't meet this Tuesday because Interact is meeting. We should meet next Tuesday because no one else is meeting that day. You know what I mean? So.
Right. Yeah. I don't know.
We can talk more about it.
All right. All right. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
All set. Thank you. I'd like to extend some teaching and learning extra credit to the remaining audience member for staying for the presentation. Thank you, Ms. Leonard. I appreciate it. John, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm sure you are. So this is the annual MCAS presentation. Nice to see all of you. I'm Dr. Tracy Wagner, Director of Teaching and Learning. An overview. We're going to look at the big picture of MCAS, define all our terms, look at the testing and the lineage of the testing up into this point. Then we will look at the data. There's lots of it, of course. I'll point out the trends that stand out to myself and to administrators and teachers as we look at the data, and share some with you about my suggestions for what to look for when you look at it. Then we'll shift to the accountability data. So just when you think we're done, we're not. We're looking at accountability data because the state uses the MCAS data to give us our accountability scores, which are also very important and interesting to note. And then lastly, I want to be sure to talk about how we use the data. We have data cycles up and going in all of the schools now, talk about what those look like, the triangulation of data, and talk about some next steps. So that is the presentation. So an MCAS overview, a big picture. Of course, MCAS assesses what students know and are able to do according to the state standards in certain content areas. All our curriculum in Ipswich now is standards-based. We've talked about that a lot before with our curriculum review cycle and the committees thereof. The MCAS grades are listed up there. I'll talk a bit about the new MCAS last year, which was in 8th grade civics, and a little bit about what that looks like. And the rest are the usual. So all the grades are listed. I want to spend a little time talking about the MCAS terms. So this is important for when we look at the data. You can disaggregate it in lots and lots and lots of ways. So in past meetings, the big things I heard the school committee looking for were, what does the data of a cohort look like over time? And how are we using the data and how to read it? And so we're going to look at all those things. So of course, you know, school committee also as parents, when you get your report, it's either the exceeding, meeting, partially not meeting expectations. That's usually first and foremost on the top of that report that comes home. You can see the average scaled score, the number of students for the cohort at the school who took the test, the participation rate, which is very important because it's part of the accountability data that'll be at the end of the presentation. There's a big algorithm, and MCAS is a piece of it, and the participation rate is one. And this year, we're also going to look at the mean SGP. It also lists the median. So SGP, and there's more written information about it on the right, is the answer to the question I heard last time that we presented about how do you follow the trajectory of how a cohort does over time. So when you're looking at MCAS scores, there's two things that I think are very much equally important. It's the score that your child, that the student, that the class, the cohort gets, and it's the SGP, which is the student growth percentile. It starts in 4th grade, and what happens is when students take that 3rd grade assessment, they're put into, by the state's algorithm, a like cohort. So that like cohort is not just students in Ipswich, it's students from all over Massachusetts. And then as our children go through taking MCAS, not only do you get the score, so how that one individual child did in that one individual year, you see their SGP, which is their student growth percentile. So the state provides this chart, and if you look at your own children's MCAS scores, you can see we want to look at SGPs being in the moderate. That is where we're at. And that's what we're expecting and looking for, which is from 41 to 60. That means that that student, when assessed according to their like cohort of peers, again, through the magic of the Department of Education, they put that together, they're scoring around 41 to 60 SGP in growth from year to year. So it's a long way of saying, sure, one could look up all the data of a particular cohort over years and years of time, but actually the Department of Education says don't do that. It says look at the SGP because that tells you the growth rate, and so we're really going to note that. So it's perfectly typical that, and we'll see this in some of our data, that although a group of students may not perform as well on a particular MCAS area as the group of students before them, that might be low, their SGP might be really, really high. What that means is that when they're put in their group of like peers, and in particular looked at against the state, others and the state didn't do well on that particular test. This is really important for this particular MCAS in the elementary grades, where you might have seen the big headlines after the unembargoment a couple weeks ago about how the state, in particular in elementary schools, bombed, did not do well. We did better than the state in all the levels, and I think even more importantly, even when we did not do as well as we did the year before, our SGPs are really high, which means that our students were growing in their learning at a more accelerated rate than the norm of the group. And that's really good news, and I'm very proud of that. So it's a tricky thing to kind of wrap your head around, but I'll point it out into some places where I think it's really notable. And in particular, it answers that question of how do we see if a particular cohort tends to perhaps just not standardize test well over time, versus how do we look at growth in a cohort over time that may really have dipped one year and then really picked it up the next, which is the story we'll see at the high school when we'll look at that. So the SGP is important to look at. I'll point it out in a couple places, but I encourage you to look at it as well. And it will tell you the mean, which of course is the average, and the median, which is if you take all the numbers and you go to the one in the middle, we're looking at the mean as the indicator that at least I particularly see. So,
Sorry, can I just ask a quick question about that? So the way that the state puts the cohorts together, is that like variable from year to year, or are they comparing against that same what did you call that cohort? You called it something different.
The
than
like
that.
peers.
The like peers.
Yeah.
Cohort. So is that variable year over year?
I think it's variable a bit year over year. There's like a 10-page doc algorithm from the state about how they do it, but it's also very static in that, of course, in the third grade scores, we won't see the SGP. They're not in their cohort yet. It starts in the fourth grade, and it follows over time. So if you look at your own child's individual report from year to year, you can see it. And I don't know the complete algorithm by which DESE does it, but it's interesting.
When you look at improvement over time, are you looking just at the SGP? Are you looking at the score? Or are you looking at both?
I personally look at both, but if you're thinking about how is a cohort, and that's the question I've heard a lot, how is a cohort improving over time? The SGP explicitly tells you that against the same group of peers.
Same group.
Yeah.
Versus this year's third graders versus
Right.
last year's
Let's look at the data and we'll talk about that. Might be more helpful.
What do you do to influence and improve those scores year over year for that cohort, or just in general your scores for a specific grade year over year outside the cohort?
Me being a teacher, me being an
The
administrator. So we'll talk about that more at the end of the presentation. I think it's important. Well, one thing is important to remember that the students, if I'm a teacher in front of me this year, are not the students I just got my MCAS scores for. So one thing we do is we look and meet with groups of teachers and administrators, and again, I'll talk about this later, to look at the MCAS scores and disaggregate it. It's equally important to look at a student's individual growth over time, but the SGP is the real indicator, I think, of the learning, and we'll see that in some of the data. So it's kind of an obtuse answer, but I think we need to look at it to see.
Okay.
If I still haven't answered that question by the end of the presentation, ask me again, and I'll come back to it. Okay? Yeah? Okay, so things to consider when you're looking at the data. All this data is publicly accessible. There's links at the end of the slideshow. You can look at it however you want. You can crunch it by subgroup. You can crunch it by economic level, all sorts of things. I encourage you to do that. I couldn't possibly provide it all to you. So this is the overview data. Things to consider. Of course, they represent last year's students in that grade. So the third grade data, they're fourth graders right now, and so on and so forth. We outperformed the state in all of the areas except one grade and one class. And I will talk about that in a bit. It's been addressed. I'm very proud of how we did. So even though from year to year, cohort to cohort, we may have dipped, the SGPs are high, which shows that it was a hard test from the state this year, and Ipswich kids did really well, which I am very proud of. Again, you can get it there, and it's linked data later if anybody wants to see the data. You can see the subgroups. The MCAS scores are just one piece of the accountability data that we'll look at later, and we'll look at that piece. This was also the first MCAS after question 2. Meaning that, as connects to what John was presenting about, for this cohort of students, they were the last where there was language around it being competency determination. That's not the case going forward anymore, which is interesting and notable that our students scored at the high school level so well, full knowing they didn't need to do it to graduate. So I think that is quite impressive. So this is important. DESE talks a lot about implementing high quality curriculum. So our most current implemented high quality curriculum is Wit and Wisdom in the elementary levels. The state just released new rankings through their curate board of elementary curriculum. Wit and Wisdom is their #1 recommended curriculum. I am so happy that we moved to it for lots of levels. However, the state makes a big deal of saying, so I will pass it on to you, that there's a ton of research that shows in the first and sometimes the second year after bringing on high quality curriculum, the MCAS and standardized test scores will dip. They say, and there's tons of evidence-based research about it, that it's because everyone's putting all their energy into this giant shift. We shifted from Writers and Readers Workshop, whole language, to a science of reading, building background knowledge-based curriculum. That is a huge shift for teachers and for students.
If I can just interject here, this is a curriculum that the school committee, well, the curriculum committees researched, evaluated, brought to the school committee, and the school committee supported through the budget process last year.
So last year, thank you, was the very first year after a 2-year, curriculum review cycle through Compass using the DESE model of curriculum review. And we talked about that in a former presentation. And it was our first year of it last year, tons of professional development support, brought in a literacy coach. And so, all this is to say, I fully expected there to be the research-based implementation dip, and there was when you look at it from year to year. However, the SGPs at all the elementaries were very, very high, and our scores were above the state averages. So, even giving that dip, which, anyone at DESE would have said was going to happen, it's still really impressive how our students do. And I've heard lots, even yesterday, I was with a group of elementary teachers in the 4th grade, and they were beaming about how they could tell a change in what students knew and were able to do as a result of having started Wit and Wisdom in 3rd grade. It was very cool. So something to think about. Lastly, I really like something Pedro Martinez, who's the new Commissioner of Education, said in a webinar I was in. He said, you have to remind everybody, MCAS is just one part of the story, not the full story. So I loved it, and I wrote it down. I was like, I'm going to put that in the MCAS presentation. So there it is. Okay. Usually there are questions about where we are sort of in the timeline of MCAS. So I put this together. The state is talking a lot about looking at 2025 MCAS alongside 2019 because that's the last solid pre-pandemic year. So you can look at it. 2020, there was no MCAS. 2021 was right post-COVID. We did only 10th grade, and grades 3rd through 8 had only 1 or 2 passages, not the whole multi-day test. 2022 was the first full. 23 was typical. 24 was the year that wasn't a graduation requirement anymore. And this is the first year after it is no longer a graduation requirement. The other important thing to know about the 2025 MCAS is that the state went from its old company and Portal to a brand new company and Portal. So it looked really different for children. It was, as before, all online, tons, and I mean tons, of toggles and pulls and little boxes to click, and you clicked here and you click there. So just imagine what that's like for third graders who've only had a year of typing instruction. And it's all in line. And I did hear from a lot of students and teachers it was a different look to it. The other piece is the Department of Ed is piloting a new science MCAS, drastically different last year. It's all evidence-based, and it's very experiential and lab worked. So there you have it. Okay, so spending a little time. Last year was the first official year of a new 8th grade MCAS. That's right, now 8th grade has 4 solid weeks of MCAS testing. My gosh, here we go. So civics MCAS. So civics MCAS is now required of children. I put the information, if you want to know from the state, it's got 2 parts. There are performance tasks, and you can see here in the teeny font, on 7 different topics. Every district gets assigned one of the topics, and there's half of the test about that topic. We participated in a pilot in 2024 just because we wanted to see what it was about. And that year, our topic was rights and responsibilities. Nope, it was the structure of Massachusetts state and local government. So half of the civics MCAS was about that topic for children. Last year, the whole state had topic 4, rights and responsibilities of citizens. So half of the test they took was about that topic. The other half is open response, writing, looking at multiple sources, and answering questions about it. So it's this half and half piece, and it counts towards our accountability data and how they do. And we will look a little more closely at that in a minute. It's only in 8th grade, and this talks about the pieces.
Can I ask a quick question
Of
about
course.
that? So essentially to prepare them for this and just for general content knowledge, they're learning about all of those topics, and there's no insight into, there's no cycle that will indicate what they, like, you just get what they get
There's
in front of
no
them.
rhyme or reason. Would be super nice to have a cycle. It was an email we got about a month before the test, truthfully. There is 8th grade civics. 8th grade civics came through a law. It's a required class in Massachusetts. Totally makes sense that the state put their head together and added the U.S. history piece into the competency determination and graduation requirement. We have an amazing civics curriculum, and the students did really, really well. So it worked, but it's hard because there's, as you can see, 7 different topics, and you literally don't know which one you're going to get. So, okay. So as we look at the grade by grade data, it's a lot. What I do, and I've done for years, is I take the exceeds expectations and the meets expectations percentages, I add them together, and I look at that across years, and I look at that against the state. And I know we always want to do better than the state in Ipswich. That is absolutely the expectation. It's actually quite hard to do, and we almost always have met it, so I'm very proud of that. So I think that's a very valid measure. And in particular, I encourage you to look at the SGP. So again, remember that chart from way back. We're looking for it to be 41 to 60, and if you're looking at your own child's scores, you can look at their SGP. So again, that starts in 4th grade, how they did in a like cohort over time. And we'll come back to that idea in a minute. But first, it is quiz time. Oh, it's my, just for you, Jenny, it's my favorite part of the MCAS presentation, quizzing the school committee. So all the questions this year are from last year's 8th grade civics MCAS. Ooh, here you go. Here you go.
Third grade math questions.
Those were hard last year. I know. They were hard. So this is, I know you have it there, but it is a chart, and it talks about the political characteristics of the ancient Roman Republic influenced the founders of the US government when they created the 3 branches of government. And they're going to show us. So if you were looking at this on a screen, it would take up a screen. There would be a chart, and you would have to click on the various things forward and back. So I'll give you a minute to look at it, and then we will do a quick discussion of what you think. It's going to be super fun. No Googling.
Like, oh, I
Do
really
not
want
put
to.
it into Gemini or ChatGPT.
To study because it was in our folder. So.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Great work reading ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Extra credit.
So you already
freehand.
Googled it?
I think.
All right, so that first one, and for the folks playing at home, says 2 consuls were elected to lead the military and government. In modern day, does that most connect to the legislative, the executive, or the judicial branch? With a show of hands, who thinks it's the legislative branch? Okay, Jack.
Oh,
Thinks it's the
that's what
executive
Jack thinks.
branch?
I'm voting with Jack.
Okay, okay. All right. Who thinks it's the judicial branch? It is the executive branch. The next one, and we won't go this slow with all of them, but for fun. Citizens participated in assemblies where they voted to create laws. Is that the legislative branch? Okay. The executive branch?
It's legislative.
Or the judicial branch? It's legislative. Very nice. And lastly, the Roman political characteristic 8 men were chosen each year to make decisions about disagreements between the Roman citizens. Legislative, executive, judicial. Well, there you go. You're all right with that one. So if you were taking, yes, if you were taking this, your next question would connect back to that chart. And the next question is on a different screen. So you would have to toggle back. It would give you another one, and so on and so forth. They're in like thematic chunks. So well done on that one.
Is it like that for all grade levels?
So for all grade levels, it almost always is not one question about one thing, unless math sometimes. Usually it's a whole set of questions across multiple screens about a thematic section of text. 4 different charts, article, poetry, in the science one, little videos, labs, and you're answering sets of questions that usually end in some kind of written open response about the same thing. So it's a lot of toggling and manipulation of the screen for sure. All right. So here we are. So these elementary ones, the first slide is both schools together. Thanks to Diana, I switched the slide. Great eye to be accurate. So we'll spend a little time with this, and then with the subsequent ones, I won't go into quite some detail. So what you can see here is you can see from, of course, multiple years, how the district and the state, so again, this isn't divided by schools yet, did on the MCAS. You can see the number of students who took it. You can see the participation rate, and you see that same data, of course, in a bar graph versus the table. There's not the SGP yet because they haven't been put in a like group. So for me, when I look at it, I take the exceeding and the meeting, I add them up, and I look at it over time. I look at it, the school versus the state. So for example, both our elementaries together, ELA grade 3. When I add up the exceeding and meeting for district, we're at 58%. I look at it against the state, that was 43%. Hey, look at that, we did 15% better than the state. And if it were other grades, I would look at the SGP. I'm thinking, is this between 41 and 60? Is it lower? Is it higher? And thinking about why that is, and then having this conversation where we then break it down by student subgroup, by class and teacher, by school, with various groups of people, and having conversations about it. So that's ELA. So here you can see the ELA scores for Doyon and for Winthrop. As I was talking about, we can see the implementation dip. If you look at our scores last year versus our scores this year, there was a dip. However, when you look down for both schools later on in the higher grades at the SGP, those are still quite high. And we did much better than the state, over 10% in each of the categories. So that tells me, and the headlines also told me, that the elementary MCAS was really tough this year for kids, and our students did well. So then you can see that for ELA, grade 3, here's that same format, but for math. So again, when I add up exceeding and meeting for math, as a district, we were at 58%. The state was only 44%. Continuing a trend of doing really well with the IM curriculum. So here we have it by school. So again, you can add them up, but in all of the categories, our students vastly overperformed over the state, even though it was a new test. Great job, everybody.
So what do you attribute the differences between the schools?
It's a good question. Different groups of children. Children aren't cookie cutter, you know, so it's different in different places. We're seeing actually math is a great example. So in both, while there's differences, and I think there are lots of reasons for that, the scores over my 11 years here between the two schools have become more aligned. And so for math is a great example of that. So at Doyon, the score, the percentage of the exceeding and meeting for math was 59%. And at Winthrop, it was 59%. So we closed the gap between the schools. You know, 7-8 years ago, it would be one school tended to do better in one content area and one school tended to do better in the other. But over the years, I believe, of course, because of the aligned curriculum, the instructional coaches, the data cycles, we meet, I was telling Dr. Blake this year on Thursdays for Thursday meetings with the new contract, the elementary schools are meeting more times together in one of the schools than they are apart. So the differences are becoming less. But when they are there, I think it's a lot about different groups of children, different students, culture in a school tends to show up sometimes in scores. There's lots of reasons. But it's not notably enough different where I think it's any concern to dig into. But that interested me that they were the same. Sorry, Diana.
I just want to, the way because I'm always looking at that, like, you know, how's it go? But I mean, this data is so interesting because it's kind of like these slides are a snapshot of what has the MCAS looked like in third grade. And so if you go back to 2024, the numbers are kind of not completely swapped, but a little bit different. If you look at like the exceeding expectations, meeting expectations. So if you think of what education looks like in third grade, right? Like that's one way of looking at it versus the like following that cohort. And this is the first time this group of students has been tested. So, you know, it's like, okay, and then see where it goes, right? Like you're looking at it both ways, educationally,
absolutely,
year to year, but also with that.
That's a great analysis. Winthrop is a Title I school. They receive Title I funding because they have substantially more lower income students. The next school actually to have a higher population of low income students is actually the middle school, and then the high school, and then Doyon. Doyon has a substantially higher per capita income per family than Winthrop. So children are coming with different levels of need. Especially when you look at third grade data, they're just starting their journey. Winthrop has the highest number of multilingual learners of any of the schools, and that obviously has an impact. The scores aren't tabulated in this until the child's been in the district for over a year, but that's not very long. And I know I couldn't learn a whole lot of another language, much less take a test on it within a year. So there's lots of considerations too that are language and income based, to be frank, especially at the younger levels. And then we see those income gaps closing as you go up the grades, which is good. It's exactly what we want to see. Great questions. So now we're shifting to fourth grade. So when you get to fourth, of course, you're looking at all those things. Plus, you can look at the mean SGP, which is the second up from the bottom. So we shift to fourth grade. We can see that
The SGP was 39, which I think for fourth grade is pretty good. In ELA, we want to see it be a little bit higher. But the state was at 43% for exceeding and meeting, and we were 55. So what that tells me is that fourth grade test was really tough for kids across the state. I'd like to see our SGP grow by the time they get to fifth, but that's still a fine place to be when one is in the fourth grade. So here is ELA broken down by school. You see the implementation dip. It went down from the previous year. However, our SGPs are very good, right within the range that we want to see. And again, we'll see that grow is my prediction by the time they get to the fifth grade. The scores were very close. Doyon in fourth grade was a 59% meeting exceeding, and Winthrop was a 52. That's the least amount of a gap that I've seen in a really long time. So even though the curriculum was brand new, it's working. It's working for all children. And that slight difference in particular in grade 4, I would actually attribute to Winthrop being a Title I school and having more multilingual learners. And we'll see that gap close over time. So there's that.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? What percentage were you just calling out?
Sure. So it's calling out for grade 4 by school. We're looking at ELA. Yes, grade 4 by school. Oh, I shifted. ELA. No, this isn't the one we want.
Exceeding expectations.
Oh, there we go. So grade 4 by school math, or were we on ELA? Sorry,
We're on ELA.
we're on ELA. Thank you. There we go. We were looking at, here we go. So at Paul F. Doyon, for example, the exceeding and meeting was 54%, the state was 40. Ooh, and the mean SGP was 47, which was really good. Winthrop School, similarly, we had, look at that, 53%. This is amazing. So at Doyon School, so I'm pretty nerdy. I get really excited about the stuff. So at Doyon School, again, it was 54, and at Winthrop, it was 53. That's amazing. And the SGP at Winthrop was
She's combining exceeding
42.
and meeting.
Yes, I'm combining the exceeding and meeting, which is how the state also looks at the data. And then I'm looking at it versus the state, the combo of those two. And then I look at it versus previous years. So this is the piece with the implementation dip, where versus the previous year we dropped some, still so much better than the state. There's only a 1% difference between the two schools, and the SGP is really high, which means the test was really hard and that our students did substantially better than their like cohort. That's all really good. We're happy about
Our
that.
SGPs are all behind the state. Is that?
Well, that's because the state did not do well overall last year. So if they do better than it at all, then their SGPs are really high. So
Right.
the higher the SGP, the other, not as the glass half empty way to look at it is that the higher an SGP, the lower the scores were the year before, right?
Right. So it's like an improvement score.
Yeah, it's improvement. It's good, but it's an indicator of the previous year too. So you can kind of flip it and look at it.
Can we just drill down to that piece a little bit? Because obviously if we're
Sure.
comparing to the state, but a lot of the state numbers for meeting and exceeding are, below 50%. So we're above where they are, but they're below 50%. So just in terms of like how the whole state is performing, to me, I mean, anything below 50% feels like it would be
right
concerning, right? So even though
It's
we're better,
concerning.
it's still
right.
relative.
Right. We want students to do well, obviously. I can't speak to why the state didn't do so well. They didn't. It was a very big deal when this came out. The headlines and the stories and the press release from DESE were of concern, for sure. So would I like to see us do better? Yes. However, I'm also in constant conversations about data that's triangulated across multiple sources. And so I have a more well-rounded perspective just by rights of my job. So should they be doing better? Sure, of course. I'll always say that. Do I still think they did really well? I think they did. all things considered, I really think they did. And I'm especially proud of closing the gap between the two schools. My gosh, to be a percentage, even 10 percentages difference between two different schools is really, really notable and a real credit to our teachers, frankly. Yeah.
So how does this show up for, again, for the teachers the following year in the actions that they're taking based on those scores?
Such a good question. So, we meet with teachers about data in lots of ways, and you can disaggregate this data in lots of ways. And believe it or not, what I'll talk about is publicly accessible, so you could look at it if you wanted. I think for teachers, the best way to look at the data, because you're right, the students in front of them are not the students whose data they see, is we sit together in meetings, they sit with coaches, and we disaggregate the data by standard and by item. So our elementary report cards now, of course, are standards-based. The curriculum is standards-based. You can look in the MCAS portal, and you can disaggregate a particular test, kind of like I did, to get the questions by standard. And you can look at how our students did. And you can say, ooh, they did really well on this one. What was that question? And you click it, and you can look at it. You can look at it alongside our report card data. You can look at it alongside, say, wit and wisdom. Woo, that lesson was really strong. Students really learned that well, and have conversations about that. Bless you, Tom. But you can do the opposite, where you can look at where students didn't do well. And you could say, what was that? Look at that standard, look at it against our report card. Are students scoring well on that on the report card? Because if they are, that's a discrepancy. What happened? Ooh, they're also not doing so well there. What was that question? Look at that question alongside wit and wisdom, or IM, or whatever the curriculum may be. It's not that strong there. We need to beef that up. What does that look like? Which is when it goes to grade level teams, or the coaches, or me, or conversations with principals. But for teachers, that's a really long way of saying, I think the most useful way to look at the data is disaggregated by either the standard or by the question, and then look at it alongside our own data and the curriculum itself and figure it out.
I understand the
Yep.
data piece.
Mm-hmm.
What's the figure it out part?
So the figure it out is figuring out how to work the curriculum in a new and different way, how to integrate different pieces, or, and you're going to hear about this a lot in the budget presentations and probably in the school improvement plans, it goes through interventions. So tier 1, 2, or 3, usually tier 1 and 2, which is when you look at your data and you take small groups of students currently in your classroom and provide them with differentiated support. So you might have one group of students who didn't score particularly well on either their last year's MCAS or in your current data on, particular phonetic awareness piece. Everybody else did okay. You're going to pull the students out. You're going to perform a tier 1 support. So in our data meetings last year at the elementary level and this year, they ended with identifying a toolbox of what the tier 1 supports were. Okay, we're seeing our students did not do well on these particular standards. Here are the tier 1 supports that all of you are going to turn around to give a try in your small group differentiated instruction. So the literacy block and the math block also includes time for that tier 1 support. And then we're going to come back and we're going to look at the data again and see how we did.
So, yeah, that's super helpful. That's exactly what I was looking for in your example of the pull out. Are you seeing that there's improvement as you follow that cohort?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For sure. And we're seeing here that there's improvement as we standardize, as we align what those tier 1 supports are. So, for example, the pre-K teachers on the PD day had trainings in Lively Letters. Lively Letters is curriculum for phonemic awareness. And it is for tier 1 support of our littlest learners learning to read. And so I anticipate over time, we'll see that differentiated training coming through the tier 1 instruction with little kids, 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds change the scores as they come up. And there are similar interventions that aren't whole new curriculum packages that we're going to come and present. There's small interventions. Another example would be there was a PAIN grant last year through the math instructional coaches to do some coaching with Becky Lord, who's a consultant who works a lot with dyscalculia. So dyscalculia is for lack of a better way to say it, the equivalent of dyslexia only for math. It's an issue we see with groups of students in the younger grades. They wrote a grant. Teachers met at Doyon today to have a training on that. Long way of saying that's a tier 1 support, that teachers will look at data, look at it by standard, figure out in their own assessments, okay, this is a small group of children who need this differentiated support in dyscalculia or in something similar. We're going to use the Becky Lord Math Magic intervention, and then we're going to track the data to see how it works. It's amazing what teachers do. All these things going on at the same time. It's impressive. Yeah.
I just want to ask one more question.
Sure.
I know you're going to probably present a little more about this later, you said, but just to kind of boil it down a little bit, it sounds like there's almost a two-prong approach to how you react to this. One is, as you said a couple of times, the teachers looking at the scores don't have those students in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
So there may be some things that they need to do in terms of their instruction for the kids who are in front of them to help.
Mm-hmm.
But also then that next grade level teacher, are they looking at that data as well? And that's where the tier 1 and 2 instruction comes in specifically, so that the specific needs are being addressed at that, with that direct cohort.
Yes.
So it's kind of happening on both
Yeah,
levels.
that's a perfect summation. And added to it in the subsequent grade. So if I'm a 4th grade teacher looking at my 3rd grade data, I'm going to figure out what were the main issues, right? I'm going to look at it. Who are those individual children? Provide those supports. And I have my STAR data. And I have my local IM or wit and wisdom benchmarks. So I'm going to triangulate the data so that I have a more current view of it. But I know this was something that was hard in the past. And so it's really important, I've learned not to rely on one data source, but to triangulate it and look at it from a well-rounded perspective. And then we see when the student goes to take this test the next time or another big assessment, the growth. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, what are we on?
I want to just point out one thing. I know you're combining exceeding and meeting expectations in one category, but I just have to draw attention to the fact that for 4th grade ELA between the schools, not one student at Winthrop exceeded expectations. And there were 49 students at Winthrop, 54 at Doyon, and 13% of them, or 7 students, exceeded expectations. And I think even though you group those two together and they're about the same, not one student exceeded expectations. And that
I know.
doesn't seem right when we're talking about, the math coming together.
I hear you.
Percentage points.
The state percentage for exceeding was only 4%. I'm not giving excuses. I'm saying that was a really hard test. I would love to see, of course, students exceeding expectations. It's not typical to see that at the 4th grade level necessarily. I would expect to see it
0%.
It's not atypical to see 0% at the 4th grade level. It should be higher, don't get me wrong. So we would need to look at local data and figure it out. What were the questions that really tripped students up there? I don't know. That would be something important to look at. And the teachers do look at that. So yes, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, we are going to move to both schools math, grade 4. You can look at that. And then we'll shift to the by school. So Doyon math grade 4. You can look at it yourself. Here again, for what it's worth, I'm sticking to my adding up the exceeding and meeting. They were pretty similar. 59 at Doyon. Winthrop was 52. The state was 43. We're way above that. Our SGPs were on the lower side for math, so I'd like to see those grow. But that might also mean they just did really well last year and they didn't do better than that. So it's kind of hard to do. But those are right within the range of what we want. Nothing sticks out to me there at all. We're moving to 5th grade ELA, where we did really, really well. As a district, we were 57%, 38% state, and a 47 SGP. That's really good. So I'm glad to see that progression of scores. That 47 tells me that the students did much better than they did the year before. And then when we break it apart by school, I have to flip to. There's a little bit of difference here between the schools, 65 for Doyon, 51 for Winthrop. However, the SGP for both is 47, which is pretty incredible. So that's great growth. And it's equally aligned between the schools. And of course, we can do better, but we'll dig into it. And lastly, in 5th grade is the first time students take the science, tech, and engineering. That's what STE did. A trend across the entire district. Our students did so well in science, our STEAM initiatives, our science curriculum, our place-based programs in science. They're working. The kids are doing well if you're using MCAS as a predictor, but I think in other ones too, of course, because I'm a STEAM person. So as a district, 67% exceeding and meeting. The state only 46. That's the first time they took the MCAS in that. And it's a different test than the previous one, so we won't see an SGP on any of the science this year because you can't compare from year to year. That's really, really good. And you can break it apart by school. And you can see that for yourself. Again, almost double the state. But more importantly, it is quiz time again. Okay, so here we go. We're moving along to the middle school world. This one is a doozy. Guess what, school committee? There was a whole section. I am not making this up. Look at Diana. There's a whole section on the civics MCAS about a school building project. That's right, it's your dream come true. There were multiple questions under the, I kid you not, I couldn't believe it.
That would have been a good one.
I know. It would have been, well, this one, we'll see. There were about 5 questions all about a school building project. There were letters to the town. There was this. There was budget information. Fascinating stuff. So this one. So you have to read, of course, the timeline, imagining this school building project, and then think about which form of government is best illustrated by the information in the timeline. Is it A, oligarchy, B, a monarchy, C, a democracy, or D, a confederacy? Give you a little time to read, and then we will do a show of hands. I think you're going to do really well on this one. I hope so, at least. Eyes are watching, school committee. Eyes are watching. Oh, I still see thinking. Okay.
Oh, there's just one
That's
question
okay.
for all of that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
Yes. Okay, school committee. Do we think A, oligarchy, B, monarchy, C, democracy? Okay. Tom, was your hand up? Okay, thank you, Tom. Or D, confederacy? No. Yes, of course, it was a democracy. So believe it or not, the question after this was a series of letters from the school committee to the various groups here. And you had to analyze what was going on according to the principles of a democracy with the letters. It was really cool. And then there was information about budgets and how it connects. So in any case, there we go. Well done.
This was 8th grade?
This is 8th grade. Yeah.
Some 8th grade almost.
Yeah.
You got 8th grade.
7 years.
You got it down. Yeah, you should have an 8th grader on the board because apparently they're learning how the school budget process done well is symbolic of a democracy. So there you go. I loved that. So ELA grade 6. So of course these are our now 7th graders. We're following this trend. We did really well. Exceeding and meeting were 65. The state was only 42. Here, it's really important, I think, in middle school to look at the SGP. You can see the growth. And my gosh, it's a 58, which is fantastic. So I think it's important as you move up the grades to think, okay, that doesn't represent just what's going on in that current 6th grade class. It's their progression and growth of learning. I attribute that not only to what's happening into the class at hand, but to all our work in vertical alignment, which is where you look at curriculum and assessment through a lens of a student moving through all the grades, not these isolated pockets. And we'll see this trend across all the middle school, who did very well. Math, grade 6. 65% for the exceeding and meeting, only a 41 with the state. Mean SGP was 60. That's really good. Really, really good. So again, through grade 8, and we're doing a pilot of illustrative math for math, and in the middle school, ELA is a humanities-based curriculum that also divides into standards-based ELA and social studies units with civics in 8. So ELA grade 7. Again, the exceeding and meeting, 54. State was only 41. 51 SGP. It's really good.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm just seeing for grade 7, this is I noticed it on, like, it says exceeding is 5%, but district is 6%, and then the N is 134 and 136. What are those 2%?
I saw that too. I don't know. It's quirky. I saw that too when I was looking at this, and I'll ask the state because I'm not sure. I wouldn't look at the district as the comparison point. What they count is for the school, because we've only one, obviously. So I don't know how with the district we suddenly have 1 more percent. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Math, grade 7. We did really well. 51% versus the state's 39. Our students were 68. No, 58. If my eyesight's right. Mean SGP. 68. That is, you have to, I'm sorry, Brian. That is really impressive. It just is. Sorry. It just is. Speaks to our curriculum. Strong teaching and good things. All right, so ELA grade 8. Again, 63 versus 44, SGP of 62. Super good. And math grade 8 is what I mentioned before. So math grade 8 is the only area where we were the same as the state with the exceeding and the meeting. We were 39 for each. And our SGP was really low, it was 34. I can say that this connected to a personnel issue that we've addressed. And we're moving on and providing new supports to the current person in that role, and we will support it. So there you have it. So this is the one area curricularly which we're taking a look. It's also a reason why we're piloting illustrative math and algebra for students who are in 8th grade this year, and thinking about it in 9th as well. So we're trying a multitude of different very targeted ways to support teaching in this grade around this curricular area. Leave it at that. Okay, so science grade 8, continuing the trend. State was at, no, we were at 43, state was at 37. There's no SGP, of course, because they are doing a new test, started a new test, so you can't compare it to a previous cohort at all. So we won't have an SGP in that until next year. And here you are, the 8th grader taking 4 straight weeks of MCAS. Here comes civics, wow. And you get to think about school committee building projects. This was the first year the state kept this data, so there's no SGP. We did really well. We were at 58%. The state was only at 39. It's very good.
Can we go the STE for grade 8? The last 2 years look like they were swinging this way. So is that like an area
school? Yep.
That you're focusing on also?
There was some connection there to the 8th grade personnel piece. Yeah. So yes, we are taking a look at that as well.
You've said it a couple of times tonight, but I think it's important for the school committee
Mm-hmm.
to think about how much testing
Oh.
put our kids through. We lose 4 weeks of teaching for kids to sit and take tests.
It's incredible. They're 14. I mean, my gosh. And I'm actually a proponent of MCAS. I think it's very important if looked at as just one source of data, but I think students sit and take it for way too long in all the grades, much less 4 tests in the 8th grade is really incredible to think about for our children. So it's a lot of test taking, a lot of staring at a screen, which we don't love.
Another topic for another day, but I mean, given the change last year,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder where things will go, but
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So there you have it.
Is there a reason, sorry, that the state does that with 8th grade? Like, why wouldn't they choose to do maybe one additional for 9th and one additional for 8th?
I
don't know.
Okay. I don't think that logic can be applied there.
Okay,
I think
sure.
sometimes different groups with very best intentions aren't really talking to each other and realizing across they're not doing the horizontal work, not really thinking that through. The state had talked for a long time about, well, maybe I do know the answer. The state had talked for a long time about doing a civics MCAS in grade 8. There'd actually been one years and years ago when I was at, where was I? Boston Latin Academy. So that was like 15 years ago. There were a couple pilots of it and then it went away. And then when civics in the 8th grade became a law, through the Massachusetts legislature was when DESE started talking about, okay, if this is a law and now we have 8th grade civics, how are we going to assess it? And that's when the conversation started about 8th grade civics MCAS. And then they started working on it and piloting it. So it might be connected to the mandatory nature of that class. I don't know. But that said, it's your last quiz question. This one is also from the 8th grade civics. It has an illustration. So you can see it says the following, again, for people playing at home, the following political cartoon shows an idea about the US Constitution. The need for a flexible Constitution. There were lots of questions on the test about this, but the first was, which part of the Constitution best supports the idea illustrated in this cartoon? And then they give you 4 quotes from 4 different articles. I'll give you a minute to read them. Which article do you think best represents what's going on in that picture? Are we ready? School committee.
No idea.
Okay. Is it Article 1, the Congress shall have the power to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper? Okay, thank you. Or is it B, the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America, Article 2? No takers. Or is it C, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, Article 3? Or is it D, this Constitution shall be the supreme law of the land, Article 6? Thank you. And some of you have dropped out of MCAS. You just had it. You dipped. And you're taking way too long in the bathroom.
Break.
And we find you walking the halls and walk you on back, and that's fine. The answer is A. Well done to our high school student. And the rest of you who voted for A, and Kate, and John, and Brian, and other people. That is, if you're interested, commonly known as the elastic clause, right? That the Constitution needs to be able to bend, it can't break, right? As represented by the picture. Well done, all of you. Okay, moving on to high school. And we will get a little more to what this all equals, which is very exciting at the end. Grade 9 biology. So the state allows us to take a couple different science tests. MCAS, you choose one. For a long time, we've done biology in the 9th grade. Continuing the trend of doing well in science, was a 58 added up for biology and a 39 with the state. Super good. And again, there's no SGP because it was a new format, a new kind of a lab-based test. So,
And if I could brag a little bit, our biology program got to be pretty solid because if I'm not mistaken, every student who took the AP bio exam passed.
yeah,
With the qualifying score.
got a qualifying score, which means they not only passed, they scored well enough for it to count as college credit down the road.
So
It's
three
really
and
rare.
above.
See, yeah,
Every student.
yeah. Super notable. So you can see this is a lot of the work we do too when we look at data is that horizontal piece, but also the vertical. How is this implementing what kids know and are able to do down the road? So that is really notable. ELA. Can we talk about ELA? Look at that. So the exceeding and meeting was 75 to the state's 51, a 48% SGP. So we have talked previously about how the scores last year took a dip. They went up, and they went up a lot. It's a really great score. Very proud. Ditto in math, 70 for us, 45 for the state. But notably, our SGP was a 57. That is really good. Really good. So kudos to John and all the teachers and department heads for working on this. Really, really impressive improvement. So, no more quizzes. Sorry, everybody. We're going to shift to some of this we've talked about, so we'll speed it up a little, and then we're going to look at accountability data because that's where this all goes into. MCAS is just once a year, so we've been talking about how we use it, how we measure data all year long. So at the elementary levels, they work with myself and, more importantly, the instructional coaches, their data cycles. They triangulate 3 different kinds of data and meet about it at least 3 times a year with an instructional coach in this full comprehensive team. They identify tier 1 in particular supports, go try them out, take their assessments again, and keep moving that cycle throughout the year. And that's a new plan for us. We're in year 2 of it, and it's going really well. They just completed their first cycles very recently and are moving on, so it's great. At the middle and at the high school, you'll see in their school improvement plans, we are bringing in regular data cycles, common assessments between classes, talking about how to triangulate the data. Again, we're looking at MCAS. At the middle school, we look at iReady, and then we look at their building-based assessments. What are the timeline by which we're sitting down, having conversations? Middle school looked at MCAS today in their faculty meeting, and they started breaking it down by standard. Very good. At the high school level, John and Leanne, the assistant principal, are bringing in a program by which teachers in like classes are writing common assessments, all giving them, meeting together to look at the data, talking about it, making tweaks to their instruction and curriculum, going back, giving another. So again, in addition to MCAS, it's important to have data for the students in front of you that's triangulated, looking at each student in a variety of assessment ways. We make adjustments. That was Sasha's question we talked about, to curriculum and instruction, often through that tier 1 support, right? And that's the tiered interventions and support. And you will hear that language, those buzzwords, a lot in the school improvement plans and then also in the budget presentations. These are some of the assessments we use. As I talked about, STAR is the assessment that comes from outside the district for the elementaries. We do it in ELA and math. iReady is at the middle school, ELA and math. We use our own local assessments, things that come through the curriculum we use or that teachers write together in teams that are standards-based. Lexia is used at the elementaries. And DIBBLES is for our younger learners. That's what we use for our indicators of dyslexia piece, which is part of the state mandate that we use also that data in other ways. So there you go.
iReady is middle school.
iReady is middle school.
And is there another piece for that high school's using as a
High school, we've been talking about looking at something like iReady, but the teachers more because there we get into the levels of classes. And also there's just so many classes. Finding the places we can write common standards-based assessments. There's not an outside tool as of right now. That's something we've thought about. Okay, believe it or not, there's more. So now we shift to the accountability data. So this is where the state takes MCAS, takes all the other considerations in the tiny font at this top there. So it's MCAS, it's access. Access is the test that multilingual learners take to show their English language proficiency. It's the chronic absenteeism data. The state counts any absence as an unexcused absence, and it becomes part of your accountability data. That becomes important, actually, when we look at our scores. It's the advanced coursework, the AP completion, and they count other advanced courses like calculus in that. That becomes important when we look at the high school data for accountability. It's the annual dropout rate, four-year cohort graduation rate. This becomes important for us. We will never have a perfect four-year cohort graduation rate because we have a number of students who have the right to go to school until they're 22 and go into our yacht program, and they don't graduate. So they count according to our national and according to our accountability data numbers against our graduation percentage, but that's why. It's because we have an amazing cohort of students who don't technically earn a diploma. They don't graduate, but they're with us till they're 22. That's what the gap is there. And extended engagement rate, that's a similar piece. So the state provides all this data. It's publicly available. You can disaggregate it in 100 different ways, and you get to it through the same link where you get the MCAS data. This is our data overall, and it is very good. So if you look in particular at that chart at the bottom, so a short way to say this would be just like for students, they get student growth percentile, there's an equivalency for schools. So the state takes schools, puts them in a like cohort of schools, and then basically uses this giant algorithm with everything on the other side and more, which I'll talk about in a moment, to give an overall school percentile. Same plan applies when you looked at that chart. So 41 to 60 is good. And look how good we did, how well we did. The high school is 71, the middle school is 79. And look at that, will you? Doyon and Winthrop both have 68. We closed the gap between the schools. That's amazing. So I'm very proud of that. That shows that our students, according to not just MCAS, but all those other indicators on the top of this slide, are showing growth that much more than our like schools across the Commonwealth. So that's impressive. And we can look at it school by school. I'm just going to point out a couple things that are notable for one way or the other to think about. So you can see, this is kind of hard from over here, but there's in the middle, there's all students, and they rank on a score from 0 to 4. So you want to get as close to 4. However, if a school, and get ready, this is wacky, if a school does, say, really well one year on MCAS or anything, and you dip 0.5% or more, you drop from a 4 to a 0. Bam. There's no middle ground there. So what happened at Doyon with these zeros is they did really well last year. They scored 0.5% less implementation dip, and bam, down to a 0. However, the overall accountability score is still very, very good. And the thing I'd like to point out for Doyon is for a number of years, for whatever reason, Doyon's chronic absenteeism numbers were zeros, like for years. And this year it's a 4 out of 4. So that's fantastic. Thank you to all the families who have chosen not to take their amazing family trips on school days and to do it in the summer. Instead, truthfully, that's a lot of what that's about. So that's really good. And the overall score is really solid, as we saw.
I know you're saying that playfully, but is that accurate? Like, do we
Yes.
we know that that's literally like vacation time? Okay.
Yeah, it is. And I get it as a parent, you know, taking my son to Lambeau in 2 weeks. Like, what can I say? I'm a Packer fan. Go, Pack, go. But, you know, this is really like the extended trips, you know, 10 days in England. Like, again, amazing. No one's doing that. But yes, at Doyon, it was almost always extended
We
trips.
also saw a difference pre versus post COVID.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Families just
deciding to go. And again, that's amazing. That's learning. Yeah, that's valid. I support that. I get that as a mom, but it does impact our accountability data. But it seems to have fixed itself. Winthrop has a lot of zeros for their scores, and that's because they scored a 0.5% or more less than the year before. And there's, as I explained, no medium there. It just drops to the 0. However, their overall score is still the 68%. So it's still very high. We still are outscoring our like cohort. So I intend to see that improve. And the other thing I would like to point out, so I'm actually gonna, no, I'm not on the mic, but. So there's this all students right here. And there's this lowest performing students right here. Okay, so here's a big part of the algorithm. All students count for a certain percentage of the score. I believe it's 60%. And the lowest performing count for 40%. So what the state does, there was one more thing, you know, here it comes. So the state compiles a list of the students for each school and each MCAS grade that are scoring in the lowest 25%. And the state provides that list to us at far too late of a date, usually in, say, February. MCAS starts in April, and says, guess what? Here is your list of lowest 25% scoring students. And based on how those students do on MCAS, it will be 40% of your accountability data score. So obviously that's way too late in the game. We create those lists on our own with our data person, and we create them locally very early in the year and meet with children. Conversely, not related to this, but we also make those lists of students who are on the other end of the spectrum. So they're right between a meets and an exceeding. They're so close. And we feel like with extension activities and support, we can push them to the next step. State doesn't look at that. They look at the lowest 25, get this, the lowest 25 scoring percent and use that data as 40% over the overall score. Anyway, it's a long way of saying that Winthrop made improvements in their scores of that 25% scoring students, which is really notable and was a lot through tier 1 intervention work and a lot of really careful, thoughtful, mindful work with our neediest students who are mostly in a Title I population. And that's really great. So we see those scores reflected like that 3 out of a 4, the 2 out of 4, even a 1 out of 4. That shows a lot of growth in that lowest scoring group of folks. And again, the chronic absenteeism is a 3 out of 4 at Winthrop. That's much higher than it's been. So that's great. And some different reasons for absenteeism, sometimes at Winthrop, just given the population, but love to see that. Students are in school. So that's great. Ipswich Middle School continues to rock the accountability data world with great scores. The science got a 0, even though we looked at the scores and it was really high. That's because they dipped below that 0.5%. Really notable here is if you look at the lowest performing students, that 4 out of a 4 in ELA is really impressive. Math, 2 out of 4, and science isn't calculated because of the whole no SGP piece there. But there you can see, attendance is great. That's really good. And lastly, what's this? There's gold stars around the high school, John? Yes, there are gold scores around the high school, John. Did you know that Ipswich High School, because of the growth between 24 and 25, is one of only 4, that's right, 4 schools of recognition, high schools of recognition in the state of Massachusetts? It's Boston Latin Academy, Boston Latin, Manchester Essex, and us. That is a big deal. So much so that I made this special slide. Look at that. Look at that. Yes. I'm joking a little bit, but come on. Remember when we met last time and I said it was a blip? It was a blip. And the teachers worked very, very hard to raise those scores, so much so that we were one of only 4 schools noted by the state, and we're in really good company with those other schools as well. So what comes with this? Well, this slide and bragging rights and maybe a cake. I don't know. A cake. Yeah, we could have a cake. After hours, of course. We could have a cake.
Oh, no.
We could have a cake. I know, after school, 2:51. But this, I'm jesting, but this is a really big deal. And I didn't even know until I went to give you this slide and I saw, oh my gosh, look at that. And the state was just releasing it at that time. So let's talk about why. So if we look at that slide, you know, you can look at it for yourself. You can see the 4s out of 4s. You can see chronic absenteeism, a 4 out of 4. And notably, you look down here in the white, this speaks to some of your questions from previous times. Yes, we need to increase our number of students and access to our AP coursework, but according to the state, we did well. We got a 4 out of 4. That's the first time in that. So great job and notable changes there. And we can work, of course, on our lowest scoring students, but even there, the state is noting that we have growth. That's really impressive. And, oh yeah, there's that banner again. Made that with AI, full transparency. There you go. Okay, where can you get more information? Because, wow, you want to spend more time thinking about MCAS. I know you do. So if you do, you can go to the school and district profiles. There's a link here, or you can just Google school and district profile. You can get any data you want. It is all publicly accessible. Assessment, of course, has all the MCAS pieces. Accountability has the accountability data. DART is really interesting. This is where you can see the like cohort that we're in, and you can look at that.
Tracy, is that a live link?
It sure is. If somebody has a PDF, I don't know if it works.
Does it work on yours?
Sure.
What
would you
are
like
the
to
DART
see?
schools?
I don't know if they're up for 2025 yet. They're still 2024. They usually change this a little bit after MCAS. There they are.
2024. It's 2024.
Yeah, they haven't put up the 2025 yet.
But I think it's interesting, though.
Interesting to look.
We look at our surrounding schools. That's one piece, but the DART is what the state determines through their algorithms, what are comparable districts to us.
Yeah.
I think that's important to look at too, and see where what some of those other schools are.
So, and it's interesting to look at what the comparable pieces are. So we can look at the state considers total enrollment, percentage of low income. We have a higher percentage of low income students than our North Shore counterparts. And so you can see that. Students with disabilities, Ipswich tends to have a higher percentage of students with disability than our North Shore counterparts. We're known as a district that really supports and is inclusive, proud of that. We tend to have a higher ELL population than our North Shore counterparts. And then you can look according to the scores. So again, this is last year. They haven't put the 25, but everything else on that link is notable. You can look at your child's MCAS report and see all these buzzwords there and kind of look at it and break it down a little bit more. And then in a few months, the state will publish school and district report cards, which are basically that link we looked at, but less info and a little more easy to read. So if you really want to dig in and disaggregate stuff, you go to the link I showed. What else? Let me make this be big again. I think I am. I think my computer is done with this presentation. But big congratulations and a thank you. I feel lucky to stand up here and represent all these students and teachers and administrators and their work. I'm proud of our scores this year. I'm happy to answer any questions now, or if people think of things later on, and encourage you, if you are really interested, the best thing is just to get dirty and get into the MCAS data and start digging around. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I want to be mindful of the time.
Yes.
Also.
Oh my gosh, wow.
So, everybody's time.
Yes.
So if there are burning
think we're
questions
good.
or very important questions to ask in this group, otherwise.
There are questions throughout.
About the rankings, the last in terms of like the difference between U.S. News and World Report and
Speak to that.
Boston Magazine, which one is really, I guess, what are the differences between them and what does that mean? They come out every year, every year they change. How much weight do they?
Can speak to it, and then John, who just was a trooper and hung in through this whole conversation, you're also, of course, welcome to chime in. I did a deep dive. There's a lot of differences between the U.S. News and World Report and between Boston Magazine, and I would ask, if we're going to put a lot of weight on U.S. News Report, it's important, of course. There seemed to be more weight lately on it than I've ever experienced in my time here, that we place equal weight on the Boston Magazine, because in my look at it, I feel that the Boston Magazine is more reflective of our mission, what we believe. It includes SAT, it includes class size, it includes access to the arts and extracurricular, and it includes MCAS, and it includes other pieces, right? But it's more well-rounded, and we consistently do very well in that piece. Versus in the U.S. News and World Report, which we found is not even the current MCAS data. That is solely MCAS, access to APs, which we saw really changed last year, our accountability. We won't see that in the U.S. News and World Report, though, next year, because it still is going to use the older data. It's confounding. And it looks at, what else? Dropout rate. Again, as I explained, our dropout rate is never going to be perfect, because we have a cohort of students who stay with us till they're 22 and they don't graduate. But they're counted against us, for lack of a better words, in that national ranking. But they're part of who we are and our vision and what we care about. So for what it's worth, just a nod to really give equal credence to the Boston Magazine, if you want to give credence to rankings at all, because I do think there are a lot of other ways that we're able to look at our data and to be really proud of what we do. So thank you for that question. I don't know if you, John, want to speak any more to that? Nope.
People have specific questions.
Okay. No, it's late.
So you'd expect that ranking and our overall performance to increase in the coming years because of what we're seeing in AP graduation rate, MCAS. Is that right?
I would. Our graduation rate will remain static, though, because we tend to have the cohort of kids who don't graduate for reasons we know. But yes, because we saw the advanced coursework go up to a 4 out of 4. That's notable. And because our test scores rose so highly, those are the very measures that particular magazine looks at. However, we won't see the 2025 scores reflected for a bit, but that year will be great. There we go. So yes.
Oh, go ahead. No, I just first and foremost want to thank you for your enthusiasm and putting this together in a way that feels sort of digestible, where this is not an area of expertise, certainly for me. And just, we don't need to tease this out here, but I think that there's a lot here that we could probably dig into in other ways, because to your point, I think it's really important for us to recognize, as has been said a few times, that this is just one data set. So you've done a good job of giving us some information and context about the other things, but maybe having a closer look at some of those things in another forum or something is something we can talk about. Is the accountability data normally part of this presentation as well?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. I went into it more deeply this year because there was a bigger change in it, more improvement, to be frank. And I wanted to point that out. And I also thought it spoke to some of the questions about the rankings, the national rankings. I will say, I understand and appreciate the request to look at data. I would note and ask that it be learning more about the data processes that we use. There are a lot of student privacy pieces around looking at actual student data. I know you wouldn't see it names, but even then, we'd want to really think about it. However, what I think might be a great idea is having, say, the elementary instructional coaches come and give an overview of the data cycles, and maybe even do, dare I say, a simulation of you participating in a data cycle. And do the same at the middle school and the high school level. We could have like a data meeting where you're learning about what are the different data types and participating in short interactions of what the teachers actually do with the data. That, I think, might be an answer to some of the questions I'm hearing about it, rather than looking at the cold data itself, which I have some, reservations
in full
about.
agreement, because I think that drives the conversation, right? Because the data is just one piece, but I think the questions about how do we respond to it, what do we do with it, is really more important, because that's what's driving
Absolutely
the conversation around the instructional model.
Yeah, and even if we, did have you look at the data, which again I have, reservations about for all kinds of reasons, you'll still have the question of what do you do about it. So let's just show you what we do and then get to the what do we do. So I can talk to the coaches and I can talk to the principals, and we can think about putting that together, and then think about for your planning when that would work. You'll hear about this more in the school improvement goals, which are coming up in November. You'll hear about it more in the budget, because that's all the pieces to support this. So all that said, maybe, I don't know, in the winter, early winter, bless you, we do something around data cycles. And then if you have follow-up questions, then we can target specific pieces of it. Yeah.
The other piece that you mentioned a couple times toward the end, when we were talking about the accountability data, the drop in the half percentage.
Yeah.
I know that there was like oh my God, this data's got to be wrong, but we had looked at it and it was correct. Because you went from the 4s to the 0.
I called the state. First I went to Brian's office and interrupted what he was doing and said, what is this? This is a mistake. I thought there was a mistake. And then I called the state, talked to the head of accountability data, and I said to him, so that means if a school does really well one year and the next year drops 0.5%, it automatically goes to a 0. And he said, yes, that is true. I said, okay, thank you for your time.
If you drop 0.4, you get 1 point.
Yeah, it's wild. It's just wild. So we shouldn't drop. I know that, but a consideration.
But I think that's important to.
That's true.
To be able to understand, because as we go through and in future years, this year.
I get what you're getting at. Next, I'll just say it.
Awesome.
Yes. Next year, the high school's accountability data might be 0s because we did so well this year. Yes, there you go. Just be blunt. Yeah, that's why.
You get penalized for not
continually. We don't want to be sitting here next year looking to nail the high school because their accountability data didn't look good.
Right. It's just the way it's set up.
Just the way it's.
So what really is mattering is looking at the overall accountability percentage in the like cohort and looking at the SGPs. That's really telling you the growth. And if that's where it is in that 41 to 60, or for us, it's in the, 65 and above still. That's great. That's what we want to see. Zeros are a bit irrelevant.
Well, this is great. Like, I mean, there's the headlines, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the context, and I think
Yeah.
this is super helpful. And even those, follow-up conversations are really helpful for us, and I think the broader community.
It's great.
If we do a follow-up in winter, say January, on the data cycles, is there a way to also, keeping privacy in mind, like the numbers at the elementary school were not glowing compared to some of the upper grades? And I understand the 8th grade issue, but is there a way to say, okay, this is what happened, this is what we're looking at, this is what we're changing?
Yeah, in a broad way, yes, I think.
Because those ELA scores, especially at Winthrop, like, is this, 6 years from now, or 6 years from now, is that going to be the 10th grade blip?
I don't think so, but
Well,
I mean, I
hope
don't
not,
know.
but
I'm not 6 years in the future, of
it's
course.
just hard for me to not look at it longitudinally.
I get
And
that,
think
yeah.
about, well, gee, that entire school didn't have somebody who exceeded expectations in ELA.
Right.
And what is that going to translate to 6 years from now? But what do we do mid-year with this data?
Sure, we could do that. That would be a perfect question for the instructional coaches at the elementary level, because that's the work they do. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. All right. Thank you so much.
You're
Very
welcome.
helpful.
Thank you for being a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for staying.
Okay.
Thank you. You're a trooper.
Wow. Oh, teaching and learning gold stars to Jack and Mr. Mitchell. How about that?
All right. So pulse check. Obviously, it's 10. We've had some very hearty conversations and presentations.
Have a good night.
I am optimistic that the remaining items can be done more expeditiously. But how are people feeling? Do people need?
Would we take like 2?
We have a 2-minute break.
Quick stretch.
Yeah. Is there a motion to recess?
So moved.
Second. I moved by Haley, second by Jenny. All in favor? We will return to our open meeting in approximately 5 minutes when we call back to order.
he turned the mics back up, so we're probably ready to roll. And Jen is on the phone right now.
Oh, she is. What do we have next? Yeah, I think it's okay. Superintendent. So we're called back to order at 10:15, and we are gonna hit the superintendent's administrative report.
So the report's in your folder. Went in a little bit late today because I've added some other things to it. I won't go through every little bit of it. You can read it, but the first week in the month seems to be a busy week for our subcommittees. So there was a lot of meetings that went on. I list them out there. Met with Tom Gallagher, he's our athletic director, as you know, talk about fall sports and some issues with fans at recent events. Fan behavior is horrible at, across the league. Cape Ann League are really struggling with fan behavior. And so the Cape Ann League is trying to, find ways to track down, or crack down, I should say, on the fan behavior. They also sent out a survey last week with Christine Ryan, who's a school adjustment counselor, to put out a checkup/survey for Student Mental Health Awareness Week. I now meet weekly with Rob Furtado, the facilities director, talking about ongoing problems and issues. We're having some issues with the fire panels in the high school in Doyon. They're proprietary systems that we had to call in a contractor a specialized contractor to make the repairs. That was done last week. He's working on with folks from the town on the Resco project. They were actually up in the ceilings and attic here today, this morning, to physically look at some of the equipment that they're going to be replacing or working with. You can see my admin team, what we covered there. Had an interesting meeting last week with the MASS Executive Board, Superintendent's Association Executive Board. We actually had the opportunity to meet with the Inspector General. He has funding set aside, I think based on concerns across the Commonwealth about special education transportation and the costs of it. And he was also able to hear our concerns about regular education transportation and the concerns that we have around that. So it was a lively conversation, and we were all able to share specific examples of, costs and things, and how we'd like to see changes made to better serve all of our students and help out with our budgets. He's got a report that he has to write and do more research on, obviously, before he makes recommendations going forward. Talked about the Professional Development Day. I also met with the union president for our monthly meeting. Talked about our collective attempts to get some meetings scheduled. We have to get some meetings on the calendar that we're having a tough time getting dates for. Responses from both sides for matching dates up. So we have the mutual
all my dates
concerns.
in.
Who was that?
Mutual concerns.
Doodle?
We need
It's a doodle.
dates for, and eval, but that's more internal with the administrators to get that set up. And then we talked about Thursday staff meetings with the RBTs and paraprofessionals, because they have a different time schedule and they have a different bargaining unit contract. We started talking about the capital plan already. The paperwork came out from the state, from town hall last week. So we met today for the first time to start looking at the capital plan for not only next year, but with Rob on board and having been here for a while, some of the changes that we think we're going to be able to make. Also, during that meeting, I was able to text back and forth with Tom Gallagher around some of the facilities issues for athletics. So we'll be ready to bring that to the school committee for our November 6th meeting, but I don't know if we're going to have a budget subcommittee meeting before then. I don't know if we have one on the books or not, and if we can, I think it would be good to have that conversation. Or I can send it out once Tom and I get it all together. So we actually moved some things around tentatively this morning. We're able to push a couple of things out and potentially remove. I think we removed a couple of things, and then of course having Rob on board and identifying some different issues that we've been facing this year, we added some things. So we're going to look and see as we sort of plot it what it's going to look like over the next 3 or 4 years at least to take care of known and anticipated problems. And then there were a couple of lingering issues from the last school committee Sasha reminded me about. So the bathroom access at the high school, we have 3 of the 4 bathrooms open during passing time. The bathrooms on the second floor are closed mainly because we don't have anyone to monitor them up there. John's been personally going to the first floor bathrooms during passing time to make sure that there's no more than 3 people going in and out at a time. The vape detector, there was a question about are they working? We have anecdotal data from Student Advisory Council that there's been a noticeable reduction in vaping with the new approach. There's also been a noticeable drop in the vape alerts in the Main Street bathrooms, which are the only bathrooms where they're installed right now. And then the club meetings, Jack brought it up again tonight. There's not a lot of pushback on the restriction of club meetings to the Tuesdays. It really is mainly the DECA club that wants more time to meet. Student Advisory Committee mentioned that the impact has actually been positive, and that they noticed that members have become more committed to their roles rather than have to split their time between different clubs and different leadership roles. So it was a hard change. John firmly believes that in the long run, the policy will have a positive effect on students' well-being. And it's also, I put in here, it also addressed the concern that we have with the double dipping, because all of and that's I think what Jack was alluding to, they're trying to find a way around the club meeting saying we'll meet, but without the advisor to the club, so that we can still meet, but he's not double dipping, and it just doesn't sit right. It's not what it's about. So, so I think that closes out those issues.
I know you said this last time, but for the vape detector installation, where are we on that for the rest of them?
That I don't know off the top of my head.
They are
to you.
Yeah, they are scheduled, and they're scheduled for. I think they did some of them on Tuesday because they need to be done when students aren't in the buildings. So some of them were done Tuesday during the PD day, and the next, but they're scheduled to be done before the end of the calendar year. But they are scheduled on available days when students are not physically in the building.
Do we know if if 2 more were installed, will those bathrooms then open up during passing time now that those are in there? Will that impact that sort of?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know that either.
More to come.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if you can keep that item, it's
Yeah.
hot topic, so updated.
That's it.
right, thank you. Subcommittee working group and liaison reports. Has budget met since, I guess, in the last month, right? Because we had a workshop.
Yeah, we started on next year's budget, but also multi-year budget. We need a few more meetings before we come back to this group. Two main things that we're focused on is managing year-over-year spending. The increase in what we're spending significantly outpaces the increase that we get from the town. So it's a compounding issue where it gets tougher to meet that budget every single year. And then the second area is when will we need overrides? What will the amount be, and how can we minimize the impact on the town? So we're looking at both of those together. We don't have timing, we don't have amounts yet. We'll bring that in the future.
Also looking at drivers too. You asked us to look at all the significant budget drivers and, you know, what we can start to look at in terms of controlling.
Yeah.
In the calendar.
We have a draft. Yeah, we have a draft of the calendar, mostly aligned to last year. Is there one other? I think the only other thing was we needed to make sure that we had time in there because we're having extended conversations up front about the multi-year planning. But for the most part, I don't think those dates will change. The one other thing which we haven't spent time on, but we've brought up here a couple times is how do we simplify the budget review process, both for us, but also for FinCom. There's opportunity to separate things that are more around school goals from the true financials. Let's take the true financials to FinCom where we need advice on those things or where we're looking for input. And then also just even the duration of what does that look like, the number of days, the number of hours we spend on it between here and with FinCom. We haven't gotten into that yet, but that's the intention. I think there's lots of easy opportunity for us to get after some stuff, but we just haven't gotten to that one yet.
It's important work. I'm glad to hear that. I think so. The calendar is not final yet.
It's not
I know
finalized
that
yet.
Finance committee wanted to connect on that. So
We have the placeholder dates we have from them in there. We said we would try to finalize it in upcoming meetings to share back with them. We wanted to talk about how might we change the process before we finalize those dates.
okay.
I don't see any reason that we need 3 days of 3 to 4 hour meetings. So let's address that first before we set those dates.
Okay. Great. All right. Communications.
Yeah, I will point you all to the October newsletter. A few placeholders in here just because the timing of these activities and then when we were able to draft this. So continue to persist in elementary school building update. We've done this monthly, trying to keep this straightforward and mostly draw people's attention to, excuse me, town meeting and the ballot vote. We have a placeholder for the MCAS presentation, so we'll complete that we'll complete that based off of this evening's meeting. We had a placeholder for the CPAC piece. We can take it out, all right. And then, as we've done each month, spotlight some kind of safety-related topic to reinforce what's going on at the schools, but also call to action to parents. Earlier this month, there was a piece in the middle school newsletter about restorative justice circles. We talked about this again last year, so reinforcing that here. But then also for parents of kids of all ages, how can they be participating at home? Our usual roundup of activities, accomplishments, and then upcoming district events. Comments, questions, feedback on any of these?
I'll have to comment that I'm pretty sure the town meeting's in the lower gym, not the back. So we just need someone to, am I right? Let's double check with Jim Engel or Charlie Serpitsky or whomever, but that should be correct in our newsletter.
They reserve both.
Okay.
But I think with the play going on and everything, it's likely going to be in the lower gym.
Okay.
And they were concerned about
the play going on.
Population.
Yeah.
Okay. We lost a lot of seats in the pack because of the play being set up.
Okay.
What if we just say at the middle high school?
They all come in this way anyway.
Yep, that's good.
Um,
Go ahead.
no, no, go
Another one other logistics piece, usually we send this at the end of the month. And so maybe Laura, I'll also draw this to your attention. We talked about sending this out next Tuesday instead of at the end of the month to make sure it goes out plenty of time ahead of the town meeting and the ballot vote, just so it's coming out early. I don't think any concerns there as long as we can update these sections, but just a small logistical change.
My question was, who's doing the MCAS write-up?
I could.
Tracy. Okay. If you want to, you can.
Just kidding.
I did, because I was looking at the information ahead of time, that link that was to the accountability piece, I dropped that there if you wanted, like, I felt like that was a pretty concise way if people wanted more information, like whatever you write up. If you
Yeah,
wanna
there'll
send them
definitely be
somewhere.
a link or
Okay.
two involved.
Great. And yeah.
We can't link to that. We don't want to link to that presentation. We want to link to DESI, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the more digestible.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just one of us can clean up these activities and accomplishments before the end of the meeting.
Anything else?
I'll do that tomorrow, sorry, and then you guys can look at it.
Thank you.
A question about the restorative justice circles. Like, I
Mhm.
like this piece, encouraging families to keep the conversations going at home. What kind of information are families receiving about that? Sort of not just we're doing this, but are there parts that are provided to them that that are sort of that would help enable them to actually do that? Do we know if that exists, or could we find out from Peter?
I can check if he had something in his newsletter that we can reinforce. The other thing that we've done is point parents to something specific. So like you could learn more by going here. So
Yeah.
I can take that as a follow-up,
Right.
either to reinforce what Peter already sent out, and if there isn't, we can take them. I'll talk to Peter about what to send them
Okay.
to. Yeah.
Or maybe a few questions of what parents could ask their kids to
Yeah.
encourage
Yeah.
them talking about it.
Great. All right. I think that's it for them. Mutual concern sounds like it's in the works. Can hear from some later. Athletics policy working group. Any update?
Not since we met here last, but we meet Tuesday.
Okay.
Yep.
SBC is meeting.
Yeah, we met last week to
Sorry, I'm skipping this.
should we do the wave?
That's a big one.
Get it. Last week, Thursday, to review, most of the focus of the meeting was to review a draft of the Article 9 presentation. We talked about a few other process-related things, website content, that kind of stuff. And we're meeting again on Thursday of next week to hopefully agree on what that presentation will entail. Yeah, I think that's it.
You all talked about broader communications engagement with the town, I should say.
We did, yeah. And sort of where some of that landed is a lot of that, I think, gets rolled into once you hire an OPM, that they will help usher in that process, whether we would hire a firm or whatever that would look like, to really come up with a strategic communication plan. So that's some of why the website content was, we discussed that a little bit more, because I think what we were thinking about is the time in between, right? So right now, how do we get information in front of people, knowing that eventually, hopefully, we'll have more guidance around what that would look like, and it would be done in a more, we'd have more oversight from somebody with expertise in that area. So kind of what does that need to look like in between?
Is Twig, who's Twig, and are they meeting?
I'm Twig liaison, and we are meeting actually, I think, beginning of November.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's coming up.
Great. Turf?
Turf met last night. Was it last night?
Yes?
Jeez.
Almost 2 days ago now.
So I thought it was a really good meeting. So we had a milestone in that they hired an estimator to estimate the final cost of the project because there's a lingering final cost. And I feel like they have a number now and something to work toward, and then they're going to value engineer and see if the number changes. And there was good discussion about fundraising avenues. And yeah, it's great. It was a good meeting.
Good.
Yeah.
Wellness met, and we met with, since our last meeting, yeah. We met with our coach. Yeah.
Yep, so Ipswich has been invited into the second level of the program with Fitchburg State. In that last year at level 1, we developed a new wellness policy. This year, they're going to help us work on the implementation of the policy. So we had our first kickoff meeting with our coach, Allison. Just reviewed some of the concerns that folks have raised early on in terms of the policy itself and how it's going overall. So
It's great to have a coach.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else? Okay, we did the high school report. Deep analysis into the finances.
Yes, yes, as I said before, I only have about 14 slides. And about a half hour of remarks. But seriously, because the last meeting, the last school committee meeting was the MASC workshop. The report for tonight is the September financials. Both of the reports that you're used to seeing are in your folder. In the essence of brevity, both the general fund, the operating fund is performing as hoped and expected. There was nothing unusual to report there. The second report under letter 9B is the revolving fund and the stabilization accounts. This is not a report that was available in September because we hadn't finished the reconciliations from the summer yet at that time. But now you see, if you look at that report, you see the balances as of the end of the summer. With the revolving funds, you may recall we use the end of August because that's when the town actually closes its books for the year. So it's not a June 30 number, it's an August 30 number. This is something that was not available for the budget subcommittee meeting, but I would ask that at our next meeting, we put this on and just to sort of walk through that. There was certainly some information that could be shared there, but there isn't anything that is demonstrably off that I think at this point would need to call your attention to. But we'll certainly report that to the budget subcommittee for the sake of a brevity. So don't hesitate to reach out if need be.
Thank you. All right. Next up, town meeting discussion and prep. I had a couple just quick. I think we have a few speakers lined up. Everybody's ready to roll. Basically, Sasha and Jen. Okay.
Yeah.
The Essex Tech number, is that in or pending?
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it yet. It's on my calendar to do, meaning to get it. Okay. I did send an email to them asking for what that might be.
Okay.
Don't have that.
You sent it to Essex Tech? Okay. So maybe you and I can chat about that because.
Did you send it as well?
No.
Oh, okay.
But when I first did this presentation 3 years ago at town meeting, there was a lot of communication between our town finance director and the finance director at Essex Tech, and then they got me information. And I have all that, and It just was very clear then, but
Well, I was asked to get the information, so I just said I would.
okay, great.
But I'm,
Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
And then, so what is the expectation for the school committee for the feasibility article? Because you're.
That's what we were just talking about. I don't know why
Yeah.
we were talking about it.
Yep,
silently.
sorry.
We were trying to decide if we should bring it up, but we should.
Yeah, so last time I offered to take that one, but I'm presenting it on behalf of the school building committee alongside with Michael. So I think having somebody else speak on it would be a good idea, just to have a varied.
What's the strategy with you and Michael representing the school building committee, also having someone from select board and school committee talk about it afterwards?
Right. So the original thinking was that because they had made their determination that Michael would speak to it when the select board met and they voted on the warrant, and then we did the same thing, thinking that other people from the school building committee would be the ones to make that presentation. Then after we met as a group, that wasn't the consensus. So having somebody else speak on behalf of the select board and the school committee feels like it's a better approach to have, instead of Michael and I getting up there and talking twice.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant, since you're already representing it, why have someone additional speak to it?
I think just, I don't know that there needs to be any additional content, like presentation per se. It's just we as a school committee support what's been put forth
Okay,
here. You
that's
keep it simple,
But you
keep
would
it.
be speaking as vice chair of the school building committee.
Exactly.
And so we want someone to speak as the
And
school
the
committee.
expectation is
Obviously, you're both,
literally
but-
to say just that.
I mean, I think that's more for this group to decide, but when we discussed it, that's certainly my preference. And I think that that group was in agreement. I mean, the Jamie Fay is the only sort of outlier, if you will, because he is on both FinCom and school building. So he will speak for FinCom, but he'll probably have both of those hats on in terms of, so he may represent a little more in his remarks, but I think in terms of just the select board and the school committee saying, we support what's being presented, it's sort of as simple as that.
Okay.
Would you do it just like you're doing all the others?
Presentation.
No, I'm just saying his remarks
Right,
may
well,
be
no,
slightly,
trying to clarify.
oh, sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
Whereas you and Michael are actually doing the presentation
On behalf of the
on
school.
behalf of the school building committee itself for the, to support the feasibility study. So we're looking for another select board member and another school committee member to just voice your support for the feasibility study, I guess.
Say voice the sport, it's the school committee voted, that's it. Yeah.
I
Or there
would
could be
like
You're doing-
Matt to do that.
What's that?
I would like Matt to do that, and I believe he will be willing.
Perfect. I like that idea.
All right. Moving on. The goals. Let's try to just dip the toe in the water on this one.
Yeah, we need to. There's a lot here. So I think in the interest of time tonight, but also to give this the space it needs and give everybody the time to digest it, I think going back to sort of just to orient everybody around the difference in formatting, a lot of this sort of came from sort of this, I guess, backwards planning, if you want to call it that, looking at the superintendent's rubric, but also I think more importantly than that, obviously the superintendent's rubric is based on, 4 standards that DESE sets for us: instructional leadership, management and operations, family and community engagement, and professional culture. And those things obviously matter to us as a district. So there's a natural alignment between our job to sort of, um, offer good governance and oversight, but also to make sure those things are things that we're targeting and focused on. So the goals last year did do that. They're just formatted slightly differently this way. And then we've added metrics to kind of take it to how does this goal actually show up? What does it look like? So the comments on the side, as you're going through this, I sort of called out, if you click on each goal, the comment on the side shows you where that goal showed up last year. So we didn't lose track of what was there. So again, these are based on, each goal is based on the standard. So there are 4 goals and there are 4 standards. They're tied together. And then we have a quick summary of what the overarching theme of the goal is. And then the we will are the specific things that we will do to support the goal. And then the metrics, some of them are sort of duplicative because it just reiterates what we're saying we're going to do above in terms of how we action it. Some of them drill down a little more. You'll see also in those comments on the side, some of this, I think this should really come up the next time when we have a chance to dive in together, that as we were all kind of talking through it last night and we had sort of some questions around what does this look like, really landing on kind of the next piece in terms of how we action it. So I think tonight is probably a great example of Tracy's presentation. How do we actually take data? How do we digest it? How do we understand what it means in terms of any implications to teaching and learning? And that's where I think we were trying to reconcile a little bit. You'll see some places that are highlighted and comments dropped in terms of the specific pieces that we were calling out for equity gap data, social emotional learning, graduation rates, MCAS, Dibble Star, all of those kinds of things. How can we take those things that are being measured and look at what that means broadly to the district and our values and our education plan? And I think what's really important to say is that obviously it's a lot. And I think some of what we kind of touched on last night is how much is reasonable for us to do this year? How much, can we take this and turn it into some kind of a calendar where there's a cadence around again, how do these things show up? What does that mean for agenda planning, that kind of stuff? So that, again, we're not just listing goals or listing metrics, but we're thinking about how to implement it. And it may not be we can do all of this year. And so I think we need to really think about that. We didn't talk about that a ton last night. We touched on it, but I think that's something that we all as a group collectively need to think about. And then obviously have Dr. Blake's input in terms of what that reporting looks like from your side, what those presentations look like, sort of what Tracy said tonight, okay, can we do follow-up and have teachers come and give an additional presentation, or so some of those things can they be proactive when we're looking at this, and are some of those things maybe naturally going to come as they did tonight, where it's like, oh, we've got questions, okay, and we can build those out. So that's a real quick and dirty. I don't know if we want to leave it there, if you guys want to add anything to it.
The one thing I would just maybe add to just consider is I think there's lots of places where there's really good examples of here's tangibly what it looks like, the discussion and the metric. I was noticing going through it, there's a couple places I think where we did lose a little of that detail. So let's do that as a follow-up, but just pay attention to those. We tried to make it, your point, there's a lot, but to make it tangible. So we knew what it looked like. I think that's the feedback we heard previously it's still, the last year was a lot better than the year before, but it was still too obtuse. So try to make it specific here. So hopefully you see that. Maybe that's one thing to consider as you read through it.
Comments?
As a high level feedback too, is I also agree it's a lot. I wonder if it's a little bit more like a aspirational, like a place we can get to over time, like a 3 to 5 year plan or something, like I don't know what 2030 vision was way back when, but something like that almost of what I envisioned 2030 was. But I think it was sort of fizzled out after I started because we had different things to work on at that time, COVID. Yeah, so that's just my thinking. Is I wonder if it could be like something we worked, or because also we're going to be getting, if we're getting this data, we're going to need to sort of be looking at it over time to sort of to get those. I mean, maybe the MCAS data, we have all that, but some of this is new data that we haven't pulled or gotten or heard from before. So, and I'm sure the schools are tracking that kind of stuff over time, but we need to, I feel like it's a longer term document. So I don't know if there's maybe 2 documents, like this is all just very preliminary, like a bigger, 5-year vision, and then we sort of can work to get there where we have more of a schedule and
Yeah, and I think that there might be room there, and this is just me. We did not discuss this as a subcommittee, but the thought occurred to me earlier when Tracy was talking about, whether this is a place where we could create a working group, another subcommittee, or operations could take this, where there is a lot more, I think, here than just kind of we do the goals once a year, that's it, and we move it along, to really try to kind of stay on top of it. So yeah, I think that your point is valid, and how much of that do we do as a whole group versus is there somewhere else some of that responsibility could land, might be worth having further discussion around. I think to move this part along, maybe it can invite direct feedback to me to try to collate, add in, incorporate, and then we can determine whether or not we need to meet again as a subcommittee, or whether or not we can just bring it back here to the whole group so that we can kind of keep this going. Does that work for people?
and not commenting in the document.
Yeah, just
sending you
one way. Yeah. That works.
No, I want to say thank you because this is a lot of work. Thank you. I'm trying to wrap my head around how it becomes a guide to accomplish goals and more specific. I think like you could take each of our working groups or subcommittees and we probably have goals within them. And how do you incorporate that into here? Because these are very high level, but how do you make it a working, I don't know, a continual improvement, accomplishment? I don't have the answer. But what is your, as a subcommittee who put this together, what is your expectation or hope that how would we use this other than write it down?
Yeah, I think that's kind of, for me anyways, that's the next piece, right? Is like, do we develop this into, again, a calendar? And then maybe when we actually look at what that looks like, we see what does it look like for this year, or to Kate's point, what does this look like over time? We didn't get there. But I think that again, like, I feel like the metrics were like a step in that direction, but it's still going to need more because we don't know really how it shows up in terms of, again, agenda planning, like presentations, what we'd be asking of the administrators, what do we want to get out of it, right? Like so I think we spent a lot of time talking about the data. It's like, yeah, but we can only digest so much data. And then that secondary piece is like, what are the implications of that, the bigger implications? And so that's a much bigger question, though. I think that's why it's going to require us doing what we're saying here. So I don't know if you guys have an answer to that, but I don't feel like we landed on that specifically.
Yeah, I'm less worried about that. I don't think we should be going through all the MCAS data like we did. I think we should be looking at, here's our cohort trends over time. We're seeing specific concerns in ELA. here's our action plan, and here's where we need support from the school committee. That's what I envision. And I think you'd apply that to multiple areas.
So when you say that, like this kind of leads to what I was going to say. Like I think this is like again, thank you. This is a big cohesive document that certainly is visionary and everything. But when I see it, I'm like, okay, you could have these headings, but then under it, you could probably pull out this bullet and say, well, this is on the school committee's goal, and this one's on Dr. Blake's goal. So when you're like, okay, what trends are you seeing? That's kind of, yes, we need to be aware, but like that's what that, like Tracy said, those teams are literally looking at. And then for us, how do we support that with our budget or policy and stuff? So I think this is great. I wonder if, because my understanding is the superintendent goals have not been drafted yet. Could this be kind of parsed out and like put in those buckets? Another way to look at it. I like the calendar idea too, but like have it go from vision to action and whose action is what.
I'm not sure I understood that.
What do you know?
Whose action is what? The way that we've outlined it here is our goal is to have regular reviews on that. The accountability of that is the admin team to bring that as part of the discussion.
See, I would think that's a superintendent goal.
I think it'd be
is to-
reflected there as well, right?
I think it would be, my goal is to, have that mid-year review of, what Tracy was talking about. So that's there. I don't, it'll.
Jen,
what's
sorry
going
to
on?
interrupt
Oh,
you.
you're
Somebody on there?
Who's doing it?
It
What's
looks like
happening?
your cursor. Ah, what's happening?
I don't know.
Mine's off.
It says Jennifer Donahue.
I'm getting out of it.
Oh,
Nothing to do
boy.
with it.
I don't know how to stop that.
Oh,
I just hit delete.
must have been, maybe your key's sticky. Must have a sticky key.
I think
We're in the goals document.
it was just like
I'm
returning.
Oh, you're in a different.
Yeah, I'm in a
Weird.
different view.
Yeah.
Mine didn't do that.
Okay, we have 4 pages of asterisks. I'm going to delete those.
Pages of asterisks.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
So I guess.
I hear hear what you're saying. Let's think of, maybe take it as an action item, either how do we address it or how do we better clarify it? I don't think our intention is different than the one I'm hearing from you, but obviously the way you're reading it, it's not coming across. So let us sort through that as a follow-up.
Yeah. I guess what you're saying is like, give some feedback to you, and I'm happy to do that. I think it might make sense for it to go back to operations, if it's easier to kind of go through line by line as a smaller group. Again, they're good, but just I think every, those of us who aren't on operations, it sounds like we're all kind of feeling similar.
Yeah, so if feedback
Okay.
can be given to Haley, then that would be, if anything else people think of, because then we can really dive in that way. If we want to have these done by November, we'll get one shot at them as a group maybe.
Mhm.
So any feedback we can get before our next meeting.
Yeah. And I mean, we want to get our goals done because we're, already 2 months into the school
Right.
year, but we want to do them right, and I think
Right,
we're
of
kind of,
course.
some of them we're inherently working on.
Right.
So.
And I don't know if other people that aren't on operations think that this might be a little ambitious for 1 year. I'd be like, I plan to give feedback on what I think is sort of most sort of highest on my list of things to do from here, because I do think it's a lot. So, we hadn't discussed revising the FEFI policy more, so that I was surprised to see that. So I'm not saying it doesn't need to be done, but that could be a heavy lift. So I just want to be cautious of how many heavy lifts we do versus, school building project, budget, and everything else we do too. I don't want to. Want to be successful in our goals, and if that means.
I think that would be really helpful,
spacing
thinking
this
about
out.
specific feedback about prioritization that people would like to see. And then also kind of to the point of sort of like Jen's question, like where does it go? Subcommittees, like what, and again, I think that having that feedback then will help us think about what we'll do this year and then that longer term planning. The FEFI's policy, just to respond to that though, I think that's because there's still, what do we say, the twig grant part of that, it needs to be addressed, but that falls under FEFI's as opposed to pain. So that's why that's there still.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because I kind of forgot about it too, because it felt like we put a bow on it and tucked it away. But just thinking out loud, I think with the changes we made to the pain, they're really going in effect this year. I wonder if it would be helpful to kind of see that go through this year and then take what we learned and tweak whatever needs to be done for twig, like beginning of next year, even end of this year or over the summer, you know?
Yep.
So not that it doesn't need
Who's
to be
the
done.
pain grant liaison this year?
Me.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Like we put a working group in place last year to do
Right.
that as part
Yeah,
of our
it's a
goals.
whole group that needs to be
I mean, I do
formed.
think trig would be easier.
Yeah, for twiddling our thumbs this spring, let's do it. But I think it'll be good to have like a year, you know, see how it goes and what we can then apply from what we learned from pain to the twig and then truly put a bow on it for 3 years.
It's hard with pain being in May and then to
Mhm.
be able to say, okay, now we have feedback. Let's make some changes for twig, which are in process already by
Right.
fall.
Yeah, I can put it like just mentally on my list to be aware of, or we can connect just because I did the policy last year and I'm on pain this year.
Okay.
I just haven't really thought that far ahead yet.
Not that I'm counting, but it's 11:02.
I know. We
Okay.
have like 2 items. We're good. Everybody good?
I'm gonna depart. Get an airport pickup to do. I didn't think we'd be here this late. But have a good evening, everybody.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We
Thanks
can-
for the ops group.
Yeah,
work
thank
on
you.
this.
Yes,
We
thank you.
can push the policies till the 6th, although we will have like a double batch. Is that people's preference?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll hold policy till the 6th. Be around December 18th, Tasha? We had
December
talked,
18th.
for those who were at our last workshop, we had talked about having another workshop with MASC. One was goal setting, which I think could still be helpful because you can always adjust goals as needed. Looking at the, I don't know, roles and responsibilities, superintendent review, I think the question is, do we want to have another workshop? When would it be? And what topics do we want to do? And I'll throw it out there that I know it's close to the break, but we haven't typically had a second December meeting, so that date is maybe available for some people. We wanted to.
I think the roles and responsibilities workshop would be ideal. It's been a couple of years since we've done that.
I'd have to look at them. Do we have to decide tonight or can we?
No, you know what's probably more important is just like the date, so I can see if I can put somebody at MASC on hold.
So it's December
18th, right? Is that
right.
the Thursday?
Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna have a meeting, then I think this is kind of a meeting would be good.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah, and
agree.
if there's people want another date, it's
Non-meeting
just
meeting.
it's hard to find other days of the week and
Yeah,
whatever.
I
It's
think
like
that's
already a Thursday that's kind of on hold. I'm hearing December 18th.
Yes.
Yep.
December 18th.
Haley?
Yep.
All right, well, you're looking at that, new business. This isn't necessarily, well, it's kind of new business. I just want to put a reminder that regarding that long discussion we had about the field trip request, please think ahead and send questions to Dr. Blake so that we can hit that very succinctly at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 18th is a scheduled school committee meeting. It's in our calendars already, so that should be an open night for us.
Yeah.
Large ensemble concert is the night before.
Okay.
The Winter Art Show is on Monday that week. The other big things that week.
Okay, let's do the 18th, and I guess we can figure out the topic. Maybe if everybody can just look at the list, I can send the link. And we can talk about what topic we want to do at the next meeting.
Oh, and I'm not sure of the time for them, but if there's, we could do it potentially. I don't know how long they go, but we could potentially do 2 that night, like we did
Yeah.
the special education and finance at our last one.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Why are we doing 4 workshops in a year? I'm just questioning. I'm just curious. We're gonna get, yeah.
When she came, we were there. We were like, "Ooh, tell us more." That's how I felt, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Okay.
Yeah. No, it was very, very good.
Yeah, the workshop. Like, I think we were like, "Ooh, we could learn so much more about so many things." So, and they're free, right? Yeah.
I wasn't here, I'm sorry.
I think it's.
I looked at the minutes and a bunch
You
of.
3
us
weren't there.
Sorry.
Yeah. But yes, we want to learn more. Okay.
I
Consent
was just thinking
agenda?
this spring is a potential, there's 3 seats up this spring, so like in the fall, there will be potentially new committee members. That could be good time for roles and responsibilities with new, I don't know. Yeah, every 3 years, there's 3 seats up.
I'm not saying that
That doesn't mean there's
they're going to be
turnout.
open. I mean,
Right.
up for reelection. 3 people up for reelection.
Matt, Sasha, Jenny.
And me.
Yeah, usually it's 2 seats, and then every 3rd year, it's 3 seats.
All right. Consent agenda. Move the Ipswich School Committee to approve the meeting minutes from September 18th, 2025 and October 2nd, 2025. Move the Ipswich School Committee accept with gratitude a donation of $500 from Bank Gloucester for the IHS robotics team to be deposited into the high school gift revolving fund, and move that the Ipswich School Committee accept with gratitude a donation of $2,000 from RW Roger and Company Incorporated for the IHS robotics team to be deposited into the high school gift revolving fund.
Second.
I moved it. Second by Jenny. Further discussion. All in favor? Passed. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We have to consent meeting minutes.
We just consented. That was the.
Oh, that was in. I'm listening. I wasn't at the last meeting, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Fine.
Just kidding. I'm awake.
It passed. It's all good. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Moved. Second. All in favor? Okay. Adjourned at 11:08.
Thank you, folks. Good night, Ipswich.